Good morning, everyone. Before we begin, I'd like to take roll. I am Paul Foster, Chairman. Vice Chairman Bell.
Present.
Commissioner Doggett.
Present.
Commissioner McCall.
Present.
Commissioner Timmerman.
Present.
And I think that's it, right? Everybody, okay. We will get started. Did I miss somebody? It seems like I did.
No, you got it all.
Okay. This meeting is called to order on May 27th, 2026 at 9:03 a.m. Before proceeding with any business, I believe Dr. Jaskowitz has a statement to make.
Public notice of this meeting containing all items on the proposed agendas has been filed in the Office of the Secretary of State as required by Chapter 551 Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act. I would like for this fact to be noted in the official record of this meeting.
All right, thank you. And commissioners, as a reminder, please turn on your microphones and announce your name before you speak. Before we proceed, I'd like to announce that work session item number 8, Mountain Lion Harvest Reporting, recommended adoption of proposed changes, has been withdrawn from today's agenda. Two guiding principles of the North American model of wildlife conservation are that wildlife is a public resource and stewardship decisions must be grounded in sound science. This is the path that Texas Parks and Wildlife needs to be on. The department acknowledges that successful wildlife conservation in Texas hinges on strong partnerships with private landowners who steward the wildlife and their habitats on these private lands. This proposal generated significant feedback regarding the approach to acquiring harvest data and intended use of that data. Additionally, underlying sentiments support the need for more time to engage with private landowners and hunters, those most affected by these decisions, to ensure a complete understanding of the need for data collection and the best solutions to collect that data. David, I'd like you and staff to work with the relevant partners over this next year to map out a pathway to improve our data collection approach that is practical, achievable, and scientifically valid. I'd also like to ask that all our partners bring the strength of their organizations to the table to help find and to help be a part of the ultimate solution.
Will do, Chairman.
All right, thank you. The first order of business is the approval of minutes from the previous work session, which was held March 25th, 2026, which I've already distributed. I would entertain a motion for approval.
Commissioner Bell, so moved.
Thank you.
Doggett, second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. Work session item number 1, Executive Director updates, Internal Affairs. Palo Pinto Mountain State Park opening and Fund 9. Dr. Jaskowitz, please make your presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, my name is David Jaskowitz, Executive Director of Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. We're going to change things up a little bit. Over the past couple of years, I've been providing updates on our land and water plan, and we will continue to do that on a yearly basis, but we'll do that in January. What I'd like to shift to is really providing the Commission with updates on operations that are happening in the department, things that we're looking forward to engaging in, and then also the work with stakeholder groups. But we will continue to have an internal affairs update, and that's required by statute. So as is customary, we will begin with an internal affairs update. However, we're changing this as well. I'm going to invite Chief Mike Duran, Director of Internal Affairs, to come up and provide that overview from today and here on.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Chief Michael Durand, Director of Internal Affairs. In accordance with the Parks and Wildlife Code 11.0174, Internal Affairs Office, I will be providing you with statistical information related to internal affairs investigations that have been tracked from September 1st, 2025 to April 30th, 2026 of this fiscal year. The Office of Internal Affairs categorizes all complaints, compliments, and investigations into specific categories. These categories are as follows: administrative, which are allegations of policy and procedure violations; criminal, which are allegations of state and federal law violations; informal, which are complaints of customer service issues that are typically addressed immediately and referred to the public, or referred to TPW division for the follow-up; tracking purposes only, which means no internal affairs investigation was warranted; complement, which means documented positive interactions with the public that are submitted by a supervisor or the public; use of force, which are incidents in which TPWD law enforcement officer utilized force during the commission of his or her duties. For the reporting purpose of today's presentation, as well as future presentations, we have condensed this information into 3 main categories: tracking and informal, compliments, and investigations. Investigations being that of administrative, criminal, and use of force combined. The Office of Internal Affairs has tracked 132 informal or tracking cases, 58 complaints, and 60 investigations. A 5-year trend of total cases tracked beginning in fiscal year 2022 has shown a gradual increase on average of approximately 45 cases through 2025. In fiscal year 2022, we had a total of 139 cases, and in fiscal year 2025, we had a total of 275 cases. For fiscal year 2026, we are at 250 cases and are on track to surpass the fiscal year 2025 numbers. A disposition or finding is assigned once an investigation conducted by Internal Affairs is completed. The following classifications are used: sustained, which means enough evidence to justify a reasonable conclusion of misconduct; not sustained, which means insufficient evidence to either prove or disprove the allegations; exonerated, which means incident occurred but was lawful and within policy; unfounded, which means the allegation was false or not factual; other, typically associated with an administrative or legal justification for an incident, such as in a use of force scenario. Of the 60 investigations that the Office of Internal Affairs has conducted for this fiscal year, 9 have been sustained, 0 have not sustained finding, 9 have been exonerated, 4 have been unfounded, 31 fall into the other category, and 7 are currently open and pending as of April 30th. The Office of Internal Affairs has tracked a total of 30 reported use of force incidents for this fiscal year, with all 30 having been reasonable and within policy. And finally, since our last commission meeting, members of the Office of Internal Affairs have participated in the following events. On April 9th, members of the Internal Affairs team traveled to the Game Warden Training Center to participate in TASER training. On April 10th, members of the Internal Affairs team attended the Palo Pinto Mountain State Park grand opening. And on April 28th through 30th, Captain Joel Parker attended the State Law Enforcement Senior Staff meeting hosted at the King Ranch. This concludes my portion of the presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions before I turn it over to Dr. Jaskowitz.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Appreciate it. This is new for us, and I think it's great. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I just maybe recognize Commissioner Rawlings here.
Oh, Commissioner Rowling has joined us, so please let the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Next, work session item number 2, which is Centennial Update.
Yes. I'm going to start off with Palo Pinto Mountain State.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then I'm going to move on to Fund 9.
Please go ahead.
Yes. So this past year has been a busy one for Texas State Parks, as we have always talked about in our commission meetings. Now, on Friday, April 10th, Governor Greg Abbott headlined an event celebrating the grand opening of Palo Pinto Mountain State Park, which Mike just referred to, the first new state park to open in nearly 2 decades in North Texas. The governor was joined by Secretary of State Jane Nelson, who was critical when she was in the legislature and the Senate with helping with funding, Also, Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission Chairman Emeritus Lee Bass, Texas Park and Wildlife Foundation Chairman Mike Green, Commissioner Patton, and State Parks Director Rodney Franklin, and many others. We are thankful so many were able to join this for that event. Palo Pinto Mountain State Park is located between Abilene and Dallas-Fort Worth in Strawn, Texas, approximately 6 miles off of I-20 heading north. The park encompasses 4,800 acres, including a 90-acre lake, that's Lake Tucker, 16 miles of trails, equestrian camping facilities, and traditional reservable campsites. The park officially opened its gates in March 1st of this year, becoming the first state park to do so in North Texas in more than 25 years. In just its first month of operations, Palo Pinto Mountain State Park welcomed more than 15,000 visitors for day use and overnight camping. I'd like to express special thanks to the Strawn Chamber of Commerce for their partnership, and additional thanks go out to the Texas Parks and Wildlife Foundation and our infrastructure team who played significant roles in build-out of the park. Also, many other partners and the Texas legislature for their continued commitment to bringing these special places to the people of Texas. Next, Chairman, I'd like to talk about the concerns with fund balances in the Game, Fish, and Water Safety Account, also known as Fund 9. Last commission meeting, you asked myself and Mr. Reggie Pegues, our Chief Financial Officer, to make a presentation to the commission on various elements of this issue. I'll start it off, then I'll have our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Pegues, to step up, and then I'll come back and round it out. The fund was created in 1975 by the 64th Texas Legislature and is the primary source of funding for fisheries and wildlife conservation activities. This account plays a critical role in supporting fisheries and wildlife conservation, law enforcement, and water safety in Texas. If Texans have recreated on public water, owned or operated a boat, hunted or fished, visited a wildlife management area, sought technical guidance from biologists, just to name a few, they have benefited from Fund 9 and the work it supports. The Fund 9 account consists of 3 primary sub-accounts: the general unrestricted funds, the dedicated funds, and other restricted funds. And due to a variety of statutory use restrictions on some revenue streams deposited into Fund 9, as Mr. Pegues will share in a moment, the department primarily relies on the general unrestricted subaccount of Fund 9 for most of the operations and related salaries of fish, wildlife, and law enforcement divisions. It is this general balance that is experiencing a concerning decline that is beginning to be masked by balances from the restricted and limited sources. Despite Texas population growth, licensed sales have remained at only a slight increase for the past 2 decades, and the pace of sales is not keeping up with the increased demand for outdoor recreation and services the department provides. Since the last license fee increase in fiscal year 2010, inflation has increased 53%, further reducing buying power. Current expenses from this general subaccount outpace revenues each year by approximately $18.2 million. The current balance of the General Fund 9 subaccount is at $67.9 million. Based on current revenue and expense projections, the general unrestricted portion of Fund 9 will reach a negative balance as early as fiscal year 2029. At that point, agency operations will be impaired, potential staffing impacts, deferred maintenance on facilities and roads, construction, vehicle and equipment replacement, and program delivery will be hindered. Now I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Reggie Pegues to step through the financial aspects of Fund 9, and then I will return and share next steps and possible remedies.
Thank you. Mr. Pegues?
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Rich Pegues, TPWD Chief Financial Officer. I'll be covering Fund 9 revenue expenditures and projected fund balances using fiscal year 25 data, which is the most recently completed fiscal year. I'll begin with I'll start at the high level with agency overview showing how Fund 9 fits into the overall agency structure. Then I'll drill to total Fund 9, and then I'll follow up with unrestricted Fund 9, kind of laying out exactly where the issues are. This first slide is total agency expenditures for AY25. For FY25, the agency expended a total of $855.6 million from the following method of finance categories, starting on your left. General revenue comprised the largest category at 54.9%, with the largest component being $292 million of sporting goods sales tax, followed by federal funds at $138 million, including $64 million in wildlife restoration funding and $17 million in sport fish restoration funding, followed by $174.4 million in Fund 9, which I'll cover in greater detail in later slides. Next, we move on to $56 million of state parks funding and $17 million in miscellaneous, including about $10 million from the lifetime license account, and various appropriated receipts and interagency contracts. This next slide takes the Fund 9 portion and breaks it down. So that $174 million is split into different functional categories, with law enforcement representing the largest at $68 million, or 39% of the total, followed by wildlife and coastal fisheries, both at 12%, followed by inland fisheries at 12%. This next slide removes the stamp funds and the restricted activities, so now you're just looking at pure general unrestricted Fund 9. And using those same percentages, those same categories, you'll see a slight shifting in the percentages. Whereas law enforcement was 39% of total Fund 9, it's 55% of unrestricted Fund 9. And what this highlights is that law enforcement utilizes a larger portion of general fund, since the restricted funding is only available to specific divisions. For example, the freshwater funding can only be used for inland fisheries, and the saltwater stamp can only be used for coastal fisheries, leaving law enforcement with the bulk of the general unrestricted Fund 9. Next, we'll take a look at the revenue side of the house. Since license revenue makes up about 70% of total Fund 9 revenue, we'll look at projections into the next biennium. And this uses FY26 as the baseline carried forward. And you see there's a slight increase from FY25 into FY26, and we use that as the basis to carry forward with that slight increase. And as Dr. Jaskowitz mentioned, revenues, there has been a slight bump in revenues primarily due to COVID, but not sufficient enough to cover the increase in expenditures. This next slide shows projected fund balances for the overall fund and the various sub-accounts through the end of the next biennium. Expenditures are based on continuing at FY 26-27 funding levels into the next biennium, and revenue is based on current estimates. For the total fund, the yellow number at the top, we see a slight decline in fund balances from $137 million to $105 million, but still positive. For the general fund, the red number at the bottom, we see a decline from $63 million in FY25 to a negative of $10 million at the end of FY29. Expenditures are projected to exceed revenues to the tune of about $18 million, as Dr. Jaskowitz mentioned earlier. As a result of this, we're eating into the fund balance, and for the next biennium, we'll have to submit a reduced budget request to account for the less revenue. Some of the causes impacting this fund are revenues have pretty much remained steady with a slight increase, but revenues, on the other hand, have increased by 19% since FY21, and the bulk of this is a salary increase of $11 million, and so that's what kind of exacerbated the funding going negative. And this concludes my presentation. I'll turn it over to Dr. Jaskowitz.
All right, thank you.
And just to be clear, Reggie and I will be available for questions, obviously, after I'm finished up with my part.
Okay.
So, yeah. So the funding issue that the department experiences is not unique. In working with my colleagues across the country, it's become clear that this user pay, user play model to be able to support fish and wildlife agencies is under extreme pressure, primarily because of what we've showed here, that there is limited increase in hunting and fishing license sales, but significant increase in operating expenses. Several states, though, have identified some solutions in which to move forward that add to the user pay, user play model. Tennessee, Missouri, Oregon, Florida, New Mexico are some examples. So in Tennessee, while they were hoping to get some dedicated funding from the Tennessee Valley Authority into the Wildlife Resource Agency, that did not happen this past session. However, they did get a one-time cash infusion of $10 million. In Missouri, Missouri receives from a sales tax of 1/8 of 1 cent, about 60% of their budget comes from that. And that was established back in 1976, and it's called the Design for Conservation Tax. Oregon also recently established a short-term rental tax increase of 1.25% that would go to the dedicated wildlife conservation work for that agency. And then a couple of sessions ago, New Mexico had a modest fee increase for their license sales, in-state license sales, resident license sales, and then tied any increase to the CPI, which is at the commission's discretion. And they've also had a cash infusion of about $10.5 million that would be doled out over 3 years. The Texas Parks and Wildlife shared this concern of the Fund 9 balances, general balances, at the 89th Texas Legislature this past session to make it aware of this issue and to seek assistance. The House did propose a $40 million plug the gap fix, but it didn't pass both chambers. And so going forward, we would still need that $40 million to plug the gap, but we would also need an additional, we estimate about $7.5 million just to be able to sustain the activities in addition to every year in addition to plugging that gap. So what are the potential remedies? Well, as directed by the Texas Legislature last session, we were tasked with looking at what are the driving challenges around Fund 9, but also to provide potential remedies. And so there are 3 broad categories that the team has looked at to control the decline and get us back on a sustainable path. First is controlling expenses. The second is reassigning costs. And then the third is looking at increasing revenues. So with regards to controlling expenses, there does exist opportunities within the Fund 9 division. So there are 2 fisheries, wildlife, law enforcement divisions. As time moves on, as there is attrition in staff, to look at needs and refocus priorities. And the teams are already working on that. But those divisions already run lean. And if the remedies can't be found, then as mentioned earlier, we're going to have to cut services and programs as the Texas population and demand is increasing, but revenue isn't keeping up with the expenses that we're incurring. And as Reggie mentioned just a moment ago, that's going to have to be part of our legislative appropriation request. Also, reassigning costs. The last legislature, at least in the House, was looking at doing this, so such as a method of finance swap. Some of the Fund 9 expenses would be switched over to the state's general Fund 1. For example, game warden activities and cybersecurity initiatives would be eligible for that method of finance swap. So that was talked about last legislative session. That remains a viable alternative to plug that $40 million hole that we see every biennium happening, which is driving down the fund balances. As an example, in Florida, game wardens are fully funded by general revenue from that state and not dedicated revenue from their licenses. This would ease the burden on General Fund 9, as we've talked about, shifting it more over to the general fund. And attractive to this is that there's no new fees or no new revenue sources required of that. And the third strategy is increasing revenues. Fees for hunting and fishing licenses is one of those possibilities. The last time this was done in Texas was in 2010. But this can be challenging. Fee increases are not very popular, understandably. We want to keep fees low. We want to try to keep more people engaged in hunting and fishing opportunities. If there was to even be a fee increase, as we saw back in 2010, there could be a drop in dollar sales amounts as people might shift to cheaper licenses. For example, going from a combination license to just a fishing license. And we did see that for about 3 years straight back in 2010, the last time we had a fee increase. Tax revenue is another possibility. Identifying taxes that are associated with natural resources or recreational opportunities. Those exist, but diverting taxes from existing tax revenue from existing users would be challenging, as everybody has already been counting on those funds, and those funds aren't going to Texas Parks and Wildlife. It's also been talked about endowment for Fund 9, similar to the Centennial Parks endowment. This is attractive because of the long-term stable source of funding, but it would require state funds to be made available in legislation and a ballot initiative. And there is a lot of competition this coming session for the limited revenues available. And then the last item that always should be up front of mind is just the increase of purchases of license, getting more people to engage in hunting and fishing activities. This is a need for the department to address what we call churn, or those that do not have bought a license at one point but have stopped buying the license. I've asked the team a month ago to look at where we could find opportunity to address the issue of churn, and so the team is putting that together. At least right now, some of the initial evidence shows that the best opportunity actually is along with anglers. Fishing licenses has the greatest churn rate. And so the team will continue to work on that, and hopefully by the end of the summer, we'll have a strategy moving forward to get more individuals buying all sorts of licenses, but definitely targeting fishing licenses. So what are the next steps? Within the department, we've established the Fund 9 for the Future Task Force last fall, and that's led by Coastal Fisheries Director Robin Rikers. And we are in the final stages of drafting a report in compliance with the legislative request from last session, as I mentioned earlier, which outlines the current financial status, identifies key challenges, and presents potential strategies to ensure long-term sustainability for Fund 9. This report will be submitted to the Commission, the Governor's Office, and the Legislative Budget Board this summer. We have also been engaging stakeholder groups to keep them informed of the issue and potential remedies. And our government relations team and department leadership have been sharing this information with the Texas Legislature leadership. In fact, 2 weeks ago, I was in front of our House Oversight Committee where I talked about the Fund 9 issue, and committee chairman has a keen interest in helping the department find a solution to our Fund 9 challenges. As Mr. Pegues alluded to earlier, at this time, we're going through the legislative appropriations request process, the budgeting process. At this point, without any fixes, we will have to submit a budget that accounts for an approximately $10 million deficit in Fund 9, because that will be in the next biennium, 2029, that'll occur. There is a sustainable and even enhanced path forward for Fund 9. Right now, that path hasn't completely shown itself. But working with the Governor's Office, legislative leadership, Chairman Foster, this commission, as well as stakeholder groups, that path will need to reveal itself within the next 5 months ahead of the next legislative session. And we can get that done. So with that, Chairman, I'd like to invite Mr. Pegues back up, and we're happy to take questions.
All right, thank you. Questions or comments?
I have a question. I saw one state, I think it was maybe Oregon, one of the states was tying their license fees to CPI, and that seems like a very interesting option. Is that something we're checking into? Because I think, no one likes big increases, but if a little small incremental 2 to 3 percent increases are probably a little more palatable. So just curious if that's being looked at.
Yeah, that was New Mexico,
Mexico. Okay.
Commissioner Timmerman, and that is definitely on the table to look at. That would take some legislative action, but that is definitely one of the options available to us for a remedy.
So any increases in license fees have to go through the legislature?
No, the commission has that authority, but
Okay.
tying it to CPI would require a legislative fix.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so it'd be helpful if, along those lines, and maybe, Reggie, you've already done it, but to do an analysis of what kind of money that would yield. And of course, we don't necessarily know what the CPI is going to be each year, but we can predict. But it'd be helpful to see kind of what that is, along with all the other remedies that we're going to look at. And
Well, Chairman, I think what we could also offer up is doing some hindcasting, so we can look back to 2010, and if that had been in place at that point, see how that would have impacted balances.
Right.
I think that would be informative to the commission.
And as Commissioner Timmerman pointed out, it's one-time lump sum increases are sometimes painful and have unintended consequences where very small, modest increases each year kind of are a lot more palatable to the public. And
Sure.
so I do like that idea as a source. I'm sure that's not going to be enough to solve our problem altogether, but it's one of the remedies we should put in our toolbox.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
This Commissioner Bell, how do state parks fit into this, if at all?
So state parks revenue from sales of state parks pass. Correct me if I'm gonna let Reggie address where those funds go to.
Yes, Reggie Pegues, CFO. So the state parks funding, it's about, in the state park entrance fees, facility fees, it's about $60 million per year. Those funds go into a separate account, Fund 64, and those funds are typically only used for state park purposes, not for any Fund 9 divisions.
The reason why I ask is when we talked about we don't seem to be having necessarily an increase in the percentage of folks buying hunting and fishing licenses. But I remember the last time I talked in front of the legislature, we talked about the number of folks in the state that had not had what we call an outdoor experience, meaning hunting, fishing, boating, going to a park. It was like 2/3 of the state, which is why the big push for the state parks, so that people can have an outdoor experience. Is there and I know we have our R3? R3?
Yes.
Yeah, R3
Yeah.
initiative. Any thoughts about just how we can really encourage people to participate in that space?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things there, Vice Chairman. First off, yeah, the R3 initiative, I mean, that was really, I'm getting into COO Craig Bond's specialty here, so pull me back, Craig, if I get off a little off here. But, you know, that effort was really stood up because of the challenge that we're seeing here today in Texas and many other states are seeing, that, you know, we want to recruit, retain, and reactivate license holders for hunting and fishing. But a lot of those, as I think you're getting to, a lot of those individuals visit our state parks and they're fishing in those lakes and they're hunting during hunting season. But a lot of them are just going to those state parks as well, just to enjoy it for the first time, maybe. And trying to get them not only to enjoy our state parks, but to enjoy all those other recreational activities, the hunting and fishing. We need to look for those opportunities where we might be able to bundle licenses going forward at some discount as a potential revenue. Now, the challenge is obviously where those funds go into, and so we have to be very careful about how we break those out. But I think there's opportunities moving forward to look at those options. I think that's where you were going.
Well, it's just I just know that there are, as you say, a lot of opportunities. So just to
and we need to
kind of
execute on
throwing
those.
things
Yeah.
up against the wall there to take a look at.
Yeah.
Leslie Doggett, a few questions. One is, I mean, 16 years without raising, that's pretty commendable. That's great for the hunting public, I would think. But that strategy is always going to create the situation we're in today, right? Because if you're not raising the revenue, we know there's going to be inflation and expenses are going to grow. So at some point, you're underwater on that. And so, as commendable as that is, and how great it is for the hunting public, I would think that you have to raise prices of hunting licenses at least every other year with the CPI or something, that makes good sense. So incremental increases are always more digestible than a large increase. I'd also suggest that there might be a strategy, a pricing strategy that you can undertake on the licenses. You said that for 3 years, people weren't buying the combos and they were buying just the fishing or the hunting. Possibly if you raise all the prices, but you make the combo more attractive, make it more compelling. It's going to be more expensive, obviously, but you can make it more compelling if the individual licenses are raised commensurately. I would think there's got to be a strategy there that could preclude the big drop off on the combos. So you don't do the change and look up that you're making less money, right?
Right.
And so I would think that there is a strategy there that can compel people to buy the combo. Let me ask you. So if with the shortfall in Fund 9, are we able to save all the jobs? One question before that: are the oyster beds and everything funded through 9? The farming or the supervision of all that?
In part, yes, they are.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. And enforcement and all of that. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So if some of the expenses are shifted to the general fund from Fund 9, does that preclude us from having any layoffs or dramatic expense cuts which are going to affect the agency?
So, and I shared this in that oversight committee hearing a couple of weeks. I was asked, David, what would be, the path, if you could take the path, what would be the path? And I think this will answer your question, Commissioner Doggett, that what we need is to be able to plug that hole, that $40 million hole that we have every biennium, just to stop the bleeding. And then on top of that, we're going to have sustainable growth, to be able to continue to deliver on the same amount of programs, have the same staff be able to deliver on those programs. We're going to need about $7.5 million or $15 million per biennium, 7.5 per year. So that method of finance swap that we talked about, we tried to work last legislative session, is very much on the table going forward this legislative session, where we would take, the legislature would allocate $40 million, dedicate that potentially to law enforcement, game wardens, for example. That would free up the $40 million that would be going right now from General Fund 9 to support game wardens. And so we could use that in the other divisions. That would plug the hole. But we still need, as I mentioned a moment ago, that $7.5 million a year to be able just to sustain with program delivery, increasing costs of doing business.
Right. But I would say this. Well, thank you for that. That the number one, whenever we hear there's a shortfall, the immediate reaction is we need more revenue, right? And I think what you talked about is your first initiative is expenses, right? And I would say what's worked best for me is when tackling the expenses in a big enterprise is third-party vendors. Scrub the heck out of all the third-party contracts that we have. A lot of times there's a lot of money there that's left unrecognized year after year after year because it's easy. It's a contract. It just renews and nobody really looks at it. That would be where I would start scrubbing for expenses on third-party vendors, and either renegotiate those contracts or cancel and get a new supplier for those contracts. But always, that's where we start in our organization, and so I think that would be a great for the department as well.
Right.
I think you'd be surprised how many millions of dollars you might find there.
Thank you.
Did I hear, I might have misunderstood on the 40 million. It was my understanding the 40 million was like a one-time fix to sort of plug the gap and get us back, and then we need 7.5 million annually.
You want to address that?
But I thought I heard you say 40 million annually.
Yeah.
And
No, it's, the 40 million is a biennial number, and that's about 20 million. That's needed each year. It's not just a one-time fix. We need 20 million ongoing plus another 7.5 million to stay at the same service level.
so why do we split it like that? Why do we not just say 27 and a half? Are they separate?
Yes, in terms of a remedy or proposal going forward. Yeah, so that's where we're starting. That was the proposal last session that we were almost able to get out of the legislature. There was traction, as I said, in the House to help with that. So that's where we're starting. It could be a fix of 40, well, it'd be 55 then at that point for the biennium. Yeah.
Commissioner McCall, we have just a question. On the federal duck stamp, do we get any revenue out of that, or is that all a pass-through?
I think that's all pass-through funding.
Commissioner Rowling, how much revenue do we get from the sporting good sales tax? And it was on one of your slides, Reggie, but and is that an option to potentially dedicate some of those funds?
We currently get about 250 per year, so about $500 million over the biennium, about 500 million. Currently, the funding is dedicated for state park purposes. So there would need to be some type of change to change the.
And that would be legislative, or is that an option to? I mean, that's obviously one of our largest sources of revenue.
Right. For sporting goods sales tax, Commissioner Rowling, there is a path forward, we think, potentially with Fund 64 that could meet that $7.5 million each year in addition to getting a method of finance swap. Reggie and team have run and the history here, and it may be worth sharing this, is that at a time when state parks didn't have sporting goods sales tax, didn't have the revenue coming in when they were having to let go of parks, there was movement of Fund 9 dollars into Fund 64 to support state parks. And so there may be a fix there because there are, I mean, the balance right now, I think I mentioned it around $67.5 million. There are balances there that would need a legislative fix, but we could potentially move Fund 64 dollars into Fund 9 to be able to support that. So that might be the first best option to look at moving forward, is that Fund 64. It's a little bit more fungible.
Commissioner Timmerman, you spoke about churn on the licenses. How do we market when licenses expire? Do we send out anything to market? Hey, come renew your license. I mean, I don't recall getting anything like that, but I'm just wondering if can we be maybe more proactive on the notification of and trying to get current licensees of anglers or combo licenses. Hey, come, here's your renewal documents. Click here to renew.
That's a great idea.
Yes and yes and yes to all of that. And so where's Michelle? I want to ask, because I was anticipating we might have this conversation, especially since I brought up, license churn. And so Michelle and her team have been looking at, not only are we doing work now to make sure people are renewing their licenses, but what does it look like going forward? So I want to ask Michelle Diaz maybe to come up and provide you some of that.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Michelle Diaz. I'm the Director of Communications. And so to answer your question, yes, just as a regular part of our business, a regular part of our marketing efforts to retain and reactivate licensed buyers for hunters and anglers, we send out regularly scheduled communication, both through our targeted e-newsletters, Hunt Texas and Fish Texas, but then also directly to our licensed buyers because we have their contact information. And so we do what we call drip campaigns, right? So a series of scheduled emails where if you don't respond and click through that first time to renew your license, then we remind you again, and then we remind you again. So we have a schedule of those emails that go out to remind people to renew, as well as text messaging. And we've really found that text messaging is the most cost-effective and the greatest ROI. I mean, you can just see it when we send out those text messages, the numbers just go straight up as people are just clicking to renew. So we do that through our shop, but then we also work with Gordon Darby, who's our license sale, provider, our third-party vendor, to work with them also on strategies to renew and reactivate. So we do have a program there. But what Dr. Yaskowitz was talking about earlier is that we're looking at our data more carefully to look at that group of customers who've churned, right? So they've purchased previously, but then not renewed. And so who are those customers? Because they're already like in the house, and we know that it's easier to get somebody to re-engage in an activity that they've already participated in once than to bring someone in who's never participated before. So we have good data on people who have churned, and what we're finding is that those churn numbers are associated with anglers. That's our biggest group of churn. So if we can look at that data set, especially anglers who've purchased within the last 3 years but not renewed, we think that that's probably the greatest, would provide the greatest ROI. And that's not to say that we would not focus on hunters who have churned, but the low-hanging fruit right now would be with the anglers as an additional campaign. And those, that campaign would largely be digital, right? Again, through direct and focused emails, text messages, because these are already people who have engaged with us but just lapsed.
This is Commissioner Rowling. It's been mentioned a couple times over the years, adding an auto renewal feature, which I don't know how many people would opt in, but those people aren't going to churn, and it would be, I would think it'd be easier for the customer, those who know they're going to be buying the next year, to just, as long as your credit card stays the same, it just charges you the next year, just like a lot of the subscriptions that we all have.
I do know that there's been extensive discussion on auto renewal and some challenges that we have just legislatively with keeping that credit card information. But if we want to get into that, I think I'm going to have to turn it back to Dr. Yaskowitz and possibly Craig to talk about that.
Yeah, I can jump in here. Craig Bonds, Chief Operating Officer. We have looked into that extensively, and we share your desire for the potential of what that could bring to us as far as reducing churn out of our participants. There are some impediments for us to be able to implement that, from the tokenization and the retention of those credit cards through a required vendor that provides that service through, Department of Information Resources. And so unfortunately, we're unable to be able to implement that solution at this time. However, what we have been able to do is work with our third-party vendor that sells our licenses to implement some of these more automated reminder email campaigns that Michelle mentioned earlier. So we're trying to get as close to that functionality as we can through reminders, but unfortunately, we're unable to implement an auto-renew at this time. I don't know, Jamie, if you have anything else to share with that, but Jamie, her team, and our license team have been looking into that with Department of Information Resources quite extensively.
I don't know the particulars, but there are so many companies and so many subscriptions that we all have that auto-renew. I mean, it seems that we ought to be able to figure it out. I'm not saying it's our department that's the problem. It's it controls above us, I'm sure, but it still seems ridiculous.
It would be nice to have that option for sure. Yeah.
Can Commissioner Doggett, can I ask, what is the renewal rate? I mean, do we get 50%, 80%?
You know what, unfortunately, Michelle Diaz, I would have to get that data for you because our renewal rates are different, right? For anglers, for hunters,
Right.
depending on how long they've lapsed. But we can certainly dig that up for you and get it to you quickly.
I think we need that, so that's your scorecard.
Yes.
That tells us how
Absolutely.
well we're doing. I mean, we're doing a lot of initiatives, right, to increase that number. We gotta have the scorecard to see how well we're doing.
Absolutely, we do have a baseline.
One, two, and I agree with Commissioner Rowling. I mean, we just gotta figure it out. You know, we get stuck in the sand on these issues for freedom. There's a way around it. We've got to figure it out because it's so meaningful to the state to have somebody to retain the credit card. When you said they can get on the text and click and they renew the license, that's not really accurate, right? If we don't have the credit card, it's more than a click, right?
It's more than one click. But
right. But if it was a click, it could be a game changer, right? And if you got up to 90%, there's going to be a lot of attrition, right? But if you got up close to that on renewals, I mean that could materially bridge some of the gap that we have going on financially. So it's a big. So we got to figure it out, right? And another thing is and so if you guys need help from the commission to really dive, I know you're actively doing it, but we don't seem like we're getting it over the goal line. Let's get all hands on deck and just get that done. It seems like but once we get it, we'll go, oh, that wasn't that hard. But we've got to concentrate and get that over the goal line. The other thing that is great is the lifetime hunting and fishing license, and I don't ever see that really. It may be advertised, but I think social media getting out really hard and it's. I think that's something we'd want to sell, right? Aggressively, it could be very meaningful.
Absolutely. In fact, part of the marketing effort that I've asked the marketing communications team to work on is all licenses, including the lifetime licenses.
Right.
Yeah.
And so when I was offered it, I'd go to Academy and get my licenses, and they said, well, and why not a lifetime? I thought, you mean I never have to come back in here again? That is great. Not that I don't like Academy, but the lifetime is really a benefit for the hunting public, I think, and for us because the dollars are so much bigger. I think that a strategy really on social media to get that word out and advertise would be well worth the time and effort.
So do want to answer part of your question about the churn rate, and I wrote this down before I came into the hearing room today. So for fishing licenses, and we'll get the commission the rest of the analysis that we did. But for fishing licenses themselves, the churn rate is 57%. So we're only getting 43% that are continuing to renew. So we need to turn the corner on that. I completely agree. And we'll get the commission those other numbers. I would also, to your point, Commissioner Rowling, yeah, I think these are, serious discussions we need to have with Department of Information Resources. To get this auto renew feature available, may need some statutory fix downtown next legislative session. But it absolutely needs to be on the table. That would help tremendously.
Okay, Commissioner McCall, I know you said you've got an active renewal process. To remind people, I've never gone without a hunting license my whole life. I've never got a text, I've never got an email reminding me to do that. So obviously there's a lot we're missing here. Is there a way to, when you buy the license, to make sure you've got an active email or a phone number on there or something where you can get that text? Because and it's all auto. When you go, they've got you in the system. It's pretty easy. I like that. I'm not trying to make it complicated. I like going in there and getting a license and getting in there and getting out of there. I always go to the local feed store because I can get in and out of there quick, don't have to fight anybody. But they obviously don't have my phone number on there because I don't get any text or anything like that. Is there a way to make that where everybody puts a phone number on there and everybody gets a text? It's kind of like patient renewal in my eye clinic. You let that slip, and then you finally realize, you're not sending out, reminder notices enough, so you start and then all of a sudden everything fills up for 2 months. I mean, it works.
We do. We work with our data analysts and our license vendor to send out those email reminders. It could be, Commissioner, that you're renewing so faithfully that you're not on our delinquent list, and therefore you're not waiting long enough for us to ping you. I'm not exactly sure why you haven't gotten a renewal notice, but I suspect that may be it, is that you're very diligent in doing it right away. But we do have scheduled and layered communication for people who have lapsed, right, as the season comes along. And there's people will get reminders through our Hunt and Fish Texas e-newsletter. So there's the first reminder in there, and then if you haven't renewed, you'll get that first email from us, and then a second email, and then a text message. So there is that layered reminder approach for both types of licenses.
Well, here's what I would suggest: is we be preemptive about it, because once somebody's already missed the opening day of dove season, and they go, "Oh man, I wished I didn't get a license. Now I'm too busy. I didn't do it." You get behind the curve, you may not catch back up. But maybe the 1st of August, everybody gets a reminder that says, "Hey, your hunting license expires in 30 days. You need to renew it. Don't miss that first day of dove season." I mean, I think that's where I think you got to get ahead of this.
Thank you.
Commissioner McCall, you sound like a great candidate for a lifetime license. You'll never have to worry about that.
That reminds me, do all licenses expire at the same time, or is it based on when you bought it?
No.
Is it
August 31st?
Yeah, but there's a year-over-year one that you can purchase also. Yeah.
okay?
For fishing, this is Craig Bonds. Yeah, for fishing, there's a year from date license. It's actually a year plus a month from date license. And the reminders for those are critically important, because it's easier for folks that buy at some point during the annual cycle to forget when they bought. And so those reminders do come in quite handy, and we see a return on those communications.
Another thing I'd like to see as we examine all this and try to right-size our revenue is the calculation. I don't know what the calculation or the algorithm that we use to calculate what a lifetime license costs versus renewing annually. But it'd be interesting to look at that and be sure that that is in line and, you know, makes sense. We want it to be attractive enough that people will buy the lifetime, but we don't want it to be so cheap that, you know, we don't want it to be such a bargain that we're actually costing ourselves too much money by allowing people to buy a lifetime. So it'd just be interesting to see those numbers. I don't know what they are off my head. But,
Thank you for that.
One other quick just point I want to get on the record, and for the situational awareness of the commissioners, if you aren't already aware, is that the funds that the revenues that are brought in with the sale of lifetime licenses goes into an endowment fund, so it doesn't go into Fund 9. Certainly, those balances help us deliver our mission, but it is into a separate account. And so we are able to spend down to a floor on that corpus for certain designated allowable expenses out of the lifetime license endowment account. Just wanted to put that on the record for y'all.
How big is that account?
Reggie, you got the lifetime.
It's currently about 30 million, and we have a floor of 20 million. So right now we could spend about 10 million.
Back to that renewal, as I'm thinking about this, you know, my practice is mostly medical, so we bring these patients back 90% of them every 6 months. Well, it's hard to get in, so we're going to make sure they don't miss that appointment. So we're calling ahead of time. We don't wait till they miss it and then say, you missed the appointment, can we work you back in now? I just think we need to get ahead of this on the license renewal, and I think it would make a tremendous difference if that renewal came out 30 days to everybody.
So what we will, working with the team over the next couple of months, we're going to nail this down and then come back with an update in August to the commission meeting as part of my update on how we're doing that, where we might be able to make some progress on auto renew, look at what it would take to do that, share that with the commission, with the August commission meeting. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, work session item number 2, Centennial Update, Mr. Rodney Franklin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Rodney Franklin, State Parks Director, Texas Parks and Wildlife. Today, I'll be updating the Commission on the progress of the Centennial Fund and the Centennial Parks Plan as required by the Commission. This is our annual update. As a reminder, in 2023, Texans voted overwhelmingly, 77%, in fact, in favor of Proposition 14, a constitutional amendment to create a $1 billion Centennial Parks Foundation Conservation Fund to increase public access to state parks. The fund can be used to acquire property and the development of that property, just the interest on that, and we'll get into the details a little bit later, but only the interest could be spent as outlined by SB Senate Bill 1648, which talks through the administration and management of the fund. A little bit of facts on the Centennial Fund is held outside the Treasury and is invested in the Treasury pool as permitted by statute. We began acquiring interest on the fund in January of 2024. So the balance includes the $1 billion endowment plus the additional interest that has been accrued. Approximately $4 million in interest is earned per month in the existing balance, and we'll talk a little bit more about that moving forward. In March of 2025, the Commission directed the staff to adopt a written plan establishing a formalized and transparent process for a phased opening of new state parks. So we have Commission Plan 22 for new park development and an agency new park development plan. And those basically allow us to simultaneously build out and construct these parks while we're having public access to those parks. So it outlines a phased approach. Phase 1 is the facilitated public use of the property before we have really a whole lot of amenities in the first 12 months of owning the property. And then phase 2, within 18 months, will facilitate a little bit more enhanced usage of parks with more trails, more overlooks, more wildlife viewing, parking lot, and some restroom facilities. And then within 48 months of owning the property, that would be the full opening of the park. And continued development can happen on an ongoing basis as funds allow and the interest accrues on the Centennial Fund. So a little bit stats on the Centennial Fund balance. As of April 26, we had accrued just under $100 million in interest in the Centennial Parks Plan. The March interest rate earnings was about just under $3.6 million. We've achieved and gotten approval from the LBB for appropriations of $64 million, $28 million of which we have encumbered in some contracts, but we've only actually expended $10 million out of the Centennial Fund to date, because we spend monies as we get invoices, and we want to leave the fund in the Centennial Fund as long as possible to continue to accrue interest. So here's a little bit about where our Centennial investments will be going. We've talked about all of these properties with the commission before, but the first one we tripled the size of Enchanted Rock State Natural Area. The second one on the list, and we'll talk about each of these, Post Oak Ridge State Park, there on the Colorado River. Bear Creek State Park, also one of our properties that we acquired in August. And I'm very happy to announce, as of last week, late last week, the department was able to acquire 54,000 acres of a new state park property that will be called Silver Lake State Park. So that just happened, and that's our newest acquisition for the Centennial Parks Plan. So really happy about that, really thankful for the generosity of the Moody Foundation that made this purchase possible. Want to also give a shout out to our land conservation team and our legal team as well. Theta did a great job helping us get this property over the goal line with 54,000 acres, a lot of I's to dot and T's to cross, and we were able to get that done last week. So very happy about that. Okay, Enchanted Rock State Natural Area, that's the first property that we expanded. One of our most popular state parks, we tripled the size there in January of last year, increased by 3,700 acres. And as part of the plan and the development strategy, we've already had public hunts on that property that have been successful. We've continuing to do guided hikes on that property as well that have been very popular for the public. As we develop the property, Infrastructure Division is doing a great job managing the development of the Phase 1 and Phase 2 development. We've had 2 public meetings already to engage the public in what they would like to see at the property at Enchanted Rock. And we have 2 more scheduled coming up this month. And you'll see that in some of the other properties. We've already done some public engagement, and we're doing a round 2 of some of that public engagement coming up this month. In July of this year, we will open up for Phase 2, where people can make reservations and start enjoying that property and do the wildlife viewing, enjoying some of the water that's on that property. So Phase 2 is happening in July, in meeting that 18-month deadline. And in 2029, you'll see this a lot, the complete expansion opening will be complete for Enchanted Rock State Natural Area. Here's a few photos of some of the work that has taken place. We've had volunteers helping us build trails on that property that are going to be enjoyed by the public. Some of the pictures of our community engagement, they've been very popular, and it's been a good way to engage the public and hear feedback on what we're planning for each of the properties. The next state park is Post Oak Ridge. We acquired that in March of 2025. 3,100 acres. They're composed of 2 ranches. We've hired the superintendent at Post Oak Ridge. Casey is doing a great job. She's helped us facilitate some of the ongoing trail guided hikes that we're doing there. And also, we've had public hunts on that property already. Also, we've had the public meetings there in January. We've got a few coming up just in the next few weeks on the development for Phase 1. And the Phase 2 access to Post Oak Ridge will happen in September of this year. So 18 months and we'll start the Phase 2, which will have more trails, overlooks. We already have a temporary headquarters there. We'll have some restrooms and maybe some limited overnight. So the full opening of the property there will be March of 2029. And on the development side, here are a few photos from the guided hikes that are ongoing as we speak. And we've talked about this before. The adult public hunt that we had on that property was attended by the governor, so it was a great event, and the hunters were excited to be able to access that property for the public hunt. You'll see our temporary headquarters there. We have some parking installed, and we have started upgrading the trail system there so folks can enjoy that property and take advantage of all the wildlife that you see at Post Oak Ridge and get access to the Colorado River. And then there's a photo of our community engagement that's taken place for this property as well. Bear Creek, one of our newer acquisitions, happened in August of last year. 1,700 acres just down the road from our busiest state park, Garner. So it'll be a nice complement to all the folks that are coming to see Garner. They can take a day trip over to Bear Creek as well. The superintendent is on site as of a few months ago, and already within the first few months engaged some guided public hikes there. We had about 25 people that got a sneak peek of the property there, and we are on track to have this next round of public hunts. We'll have Bear Creek listed as an option on our public hunts. We've had 2 public meetings to engage the public in some feedback in March, and we'll schedule some more moving forward. Phase 2 implementation there will be in 2027 in February, and the full park opening there in 2029, in late 2029. A few photos of Bear Creek. There's a picture of our guided hike. We've already got the sign made there, and those folks were able to enjoy the park. There's a community engagement that we had for Bear Creek as well. And as we've mentioned to the commission before, we start early on the resource surveys, both natural and cultural. We found some historic artifacts and some cultural artifacts on that property, so we'll continue that process as well so we can make sure that we're protecting those very special resources there at Bear Creek. And then finally, our newest acquisition, Silver Lake State Park, 54,000 acres, closed just last Friday on that property. So excited about that. We've been able to work with the Moody's to start some initial resource surveys even before we closed on the property. We're recruiting superintendent for that park right now, so if you know anyone that's interested, please send them our way. We need somebody to caretake that 54,000 acres, and we'll start hiring others to be able to take care of some of the facilities that are there and protect the property as we are now the owners. We'll be scheduling public meetings there, and we'll have Phase 1 amenities all done in September of 2027. That will be that 18-month mark. And then full park opening a year after those first few, because we just acquired this one in 2026. That 48 months will hit in 2030. So that's when we'll fully open Silver Lake State Park. So excited about that 54,000 acres and what it will allow the public to enjoy. Here's a few photos of that property. Our natural resource team has done a lot of surveys of the Silver Lake itself. Really clean body of water there that'll be great for fishing and kayaking. So those resource surveys are critical, and they're really excited about what that ranch has to offer and what it will offer new users for that state park at Silver Lake. So I'll close by saying the Centennial Parks Fund has been incredibly successful for the state of Texas. A lot of people in the agency, in the department, all different divisions, working hard to make sure we're acquiring the best properties, but also moving very quickly to get those properties developed and provide good access and phased approach to opening and providing that to the public. So kudos to our state parks team and also our infrastructure team for meeting weekly to make sure that we're moving all the chess pieces properly. And moving forward, we're going to continue to target very special properties for the Centennial Fund. We're focusing on that Texas Triangle where we can provide more opportunities for where the most people are, but we're also looking in the valley, and we're looking at East Texas and to create those very special opportunities in destination parks. So moving forward, as we focus on developing the parks that we have now with the Centennial Fund, moving forward, we're going to continue to look for those great opportunities, and the Centennial Fund offers us that opportunity to really connect the people of Texas to great outdoor experiences. So really excited about that. That concludes my presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Timmerman?
Commissioner Timmerman, question on the Centennial Fund. How do we allocate between park acquisition and park development?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it is a balance. I'll just remind the commission, some of these initial purchases were purchased with supplemental funding that we had previously, so we did not have to tap into the Centennial Fund for acquisitions of those first three. So that gave us an opportunity to build interest in the Centennial Fund. The first purchase using a portion of the Centennial Fund for acquisition was indeed Silver Lake. We used a portion of it for that. So our infrastructure team works with us on looking at a pro forma that kind of sketches out what we think interest might be. And then we balance that with what we know we have to develop currently. And as opportunities come our way that might make a great state park, we have to look which pot of money might make the most sense for the purchase, and if there's a way to leverage some Centennial funds in that new acquisition, we'll do that as we manage through the development process. But we also try to leverage other funds if needed as well, if just to preserve the interest on the Centennial Fund, and that includes using partners when we need to.
So there's not a typical allocation. It's just, I guess, however the department feels the funds are where the funds are needed at any particular time.
That's correct, because the interest on the fund can be used both for acquisition and development. So we're just balancing those two.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And that kind of leads to another question. That is, what is the process we go through to decide how much to develop a new park? I mean, 54,000 acres is 80 square miles or more. I mean, you could spend, I would assume you could spend the entire balance just on that one park if you decided to build trails all over the entire place and restrooms and camping facilities and entrances and whatever. What is that process, and how, without taking up too much time, but I'm just curious kind of how are those decisions made?
I appreciate the question, Mr. Chairman, and it is a process, to be fair. It includes a family of people from our infrastructure team to our state park planners. One of the first things we do is our planners will get on site and see what the property can support. We understand there's funding limitations. So the way we what we do is we prioritize the most the most effective amenities using our public process. We know that trails are the most popular amenity in state parks. We're not going to be able to build cabins and all kinds of facilities in grand numbers. So we prioritize the most effective usage based on the funding that we have. We'll get an opportunity to say, here's what the full development might look like, but we phase through what we actually develop based on the funding that we have. And that process happens with our state parks team and our infrastructure team, and also working with some contractors that we may, architects that we may hire as a part of the process as well.
When we finish out the 4 parks that you went through, what do we expect the Centennial Fund balance to be in whatever that is, 3 years when those, or 4 years when those parks get built out?
Yeah, it's hard to say. We without having the pro forma right in front of me, but and also the difficulty is we don't draw out the money we ask for all at once. We draw it out over time, so there's a balance between what we're accruing and what we draw out. But I believe we're anticipating somewhere around 55 million. That based on timing and where we are and how much interest we build after we get through this first few phases of the Centennial.
55 million is what?
55 million left in the interest. So we're at about 100 million now. We'll draw, we'll move back and forth, and
after all 4 parks are built, there's going to be $1.055 billion left.
Yes, because I think that's what we're saying. And I'm looking at Andrea, our infrastructure director. If I misspeak, let me know. But just based on the pro forma, again, which I don't have in front of me, I think we're looking at 55 million. Plus the corpus. Plus the corpus.
Okay, will y'all send us the kind of sources and uses projected over for these?
You bet.
Thank you.
Other questions? Congratulations. The opening of these new state parks is truly an exciting process for the state of Texas and for the department, and something that we had not done in many, many years. And so it's gratifying to see, and we're all excited about it. But we've got to control expenditures too. So
100%. Thank you very much. We're excited too.
All right, work session item number 3, financial overview. I think you've covered some of it, but Mr. Pegues.
Good morning again, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Reggie Pegues, Chief Financial Officer. And this morning I'll be presenting the financial overview. I'll be covering the following items through April. Hunting, fishing license revenue, so you'll get to hear a little bit more of that. State parks revenue and visitation, boat-related revenues, and I'll conclude with FY26 budget adjustments through April. First up is a 5-year comparison of license revenue. Revenue remained stable over the 5-year period, ranging from $93.3 million to a high of $98.1 million. After small declines in license year 23 and 24, revenue rebounded in 25 and has strengthened further in 26. Overall, revenue grew by $1.8 million from license year 22 to 26, reflecting steady long-term performance. As we look closer at the most recent years, we saw a notable uptick from 25 to 26. And on the next slide, I'll go into more of that detail. One thing I wanted to point out from the prior presentation, I mentioned that the federal dunk stamp fund, we don't receive any funds, but we do receive an admin fee. So the license fee, we transfer up, but we do receive a $2 convenience fee that goes into Fund 9, and those revenue totals are not reflected in the license amounts. Next is a 2-year comparison between 25 and 26. Starting with the resident fish at the top, there's an increase of $1 million due to the resident year from purchase license that I believe we discussed earlier. Next, there's an increase in non-resident hunting of $1.7 million. This is largely due to recent consolidation that eliminated 3 non-resident hunting licenses that push buyers into the 2 remaining hunting categories. And I believe, Commissioner Doggett, you'd reference that type of effect where we eliminate, consolidate, and buyers go to the higher license. So this is an example of moving them to a higher license, bringing in additional revenue. Also, you'll see one of the components is lifetime license revenue of $1.4 million, as Mr. Bonds pointed out. And as noted, those funds go into a separate account, lifetime license account 544, so they're not part of Fund 9, but there are similar purposes between this account and Fund 9, so there is some interaction between the two in terms of what can and can be used. And this next slide is based upon the last commission meeting. There was a question on license detail versus revenue. So this slide takes the revenue and transfers over to the actual license. So you'll see the actual breakdown. You'll see that the majority of the license are up in resident fish and combination. The increase of 5.5% in resident, that is primarily due to the increase in the resident year from purchase. Next, we'll move on to state parks. State parks, we have the 5-year comparison. State park revenue remained relatively consistent over the 5-year period, ranging from $41.2 million to $43.8 million. After a dip from FY22 through FY24, revenue began to recover in FY25 and has continued upward in FY26. Overall revenue decreased slightly compared to FY22, but the recent upward trend shows stabilization and improving performance. In this next slide, I'll take a closer look at the explanations. This slide is a 2-year comparison of parks revenue. And again, this parks revenue goes into state fund account 64, primarily for state park purposes. Beginning at the top, entrance fees increased by 2.8% or $321,000, rising from $11.5 million to $11.8 million. This is primarily due to a 31% increase in visitation at Palo Duro Canyon. Next, facilities revenue grew by 3.1% or approximately $527,000, increasing from $17.1 million to $17.6 million. This is due to Indian Lodge being open for the full year after being closed partially for renovations last year. Moving next to activities and concessions, saw the strongest group up 14.4% or about $578,000. Again, this is due to the reopening of Indian Lodge for a total overall increase of $1.2 million or 3%. Visitation has remained pretty much flat at less than 1% variance for overall and total visits. Next, we move over to boat revenues. Boat revenues show a gradual decline trend over the 5-year period, moving from $13.3 million in FY22 to $11.8 million in FY26. The largest decline occurred between FY23 and 24, when revenue dropped from $12.7 million to $11.3 million. Revenue has, however, stabilized in FY25 and 26, with moderate increases showing signs of leveling out after earlier declines. This next slide is a 2-year comparison of boat revenue. Revenues remain stable at FY26 at 11.8, a slight increase from FY25, showing an overall slight increase of 0.3%, so pretty much stable between both years. Next, I'll move into a summary of budget adjustments. This is a high-level summary of the information included in your monthly budget reports. At the March Commission meeting, the adjusted budget as of February 28, 26 was $1.05 billion. Since then, we've had total adjustments of $48.2 million, including $2.7 million in appropriated receipts. About $2 million of that is for donations, $2 million in capital and construction, $39.7 million in federal funds, of which $16.9 million is for sport fish restoration, and $19 million for recreational grants. Next, we have $2.9 million in operational and non-capital UB. About $2.7 million of that is related to additional sporting goods sales tax that was made available to the agency. These adjustments bring the adjusted budget as of April 30th to $1.1 billion. This concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner McCall, if you could go back, Reggie, the last slide on the hunting slides before you got to the state park, there was something that, yeah, right there. Yeah. What is other? Which had a significant drop.
Oh, yeah, the other category. That includes our commercial license, big-time Texas hunts, and the reason for the drop, and I believe this question was asked last go-around, is this relates to the spotted sea trout tag. In 25, it was sold as a separate item, and in FY26, it was consolidated. So there's only a drop on paper because now it's consolidated with another license, but it's not a real drop. If you take that out, it's a much smaller adjustment.
Okay. Another just thought to throw out there is, assuming that we did a 30-day reminder ahead of the license going out, you might consider offering a small discount if it was bought earlier online before it expires. People jump all over that. And if the, 5 or 7.5% discount, something that would be a call to action for people that are ready to renew, but they haven't renewed yet, and that would maybe incentivize them. I feel like those numbers should go way up.
Yeah, I think we can look into that. I know there may be some issues with just offering discount on fees. I'm not too sure. I have to look into that, but that's definitely something we can review.
Now, some of the best ideas I've ever had have been illegal, so that you might want to run that across James on that one.
Yeah.
Commissioner Timmerman, if we institute the CPI increase, it may be along with Dr. McCall's suggestion, buy your license before the increase. If that's something we implement eventually, we could 30 days before the rates are going to go up 3% or whatever, maybe a little incentive to renew early.
Yeah, as Dr. Yoskowitz said in his presentation, I think we'd have to look at the kind of statutory allowances for that, but I think that's also not that we're looking into.
All right, other questions?
So real quick, so that says we sold 900 lifetime? Is that what that says?
Yes, sir.
And what was the revenue on that?
$1.4 million.
So that says $1,500 lifetime? That's not high. Is that it?
They've got the actual breakdown somewhere here.
It may be well, the number's gonna get thrown off if you rounded the 900, it could be.
Yeah, that's about right. It's a higher price license.
So,
Right. So
Commissioner Doggett, this is Craig Bonds, Chief Operating Officer. Going by memory here, but I believe the combo lifetime license is $1,800, and if you buy a hunting or a fishing lifetime license, it's $1,000.
And the combination, normal annual combinations, how much?
Super combo's 68, I believe.
68. Oh, so that's good money we're making on that, right? I don't think they're selling it too cheap. Doesn't sound like.
I don't know, but,
Wasn't that a question you had? earlier?
well, yeah, I just kind of wanted to know, what's the calculation? I mean, we assume somebody being, whatever. Interesting.
Commissioner Timmerman I have a question on the lifetime endowment. You said there's around $30 million in that account right now. And you said we can spend down to 20. How does that work? Who makes that decision on how much of that endowment is spent, and what's that process look like?
Yeah, currently in statute, it was set at 20. We can request to have that lowered. I think that's one of the items on the table, is to have that threshold lowered to maybe 15 million. That would give us more flexibility. And it's typically used for kind of like hunting, fishing, capital type activity. So there's a couple of sessions ago, we used about 10 million of that. I believe it was for Sea Center. So we can offset some of the Fund 9 with those dollars. And part of the things on the table is, again, lowering that threshold from 20 to, I believe, 15 or so.
Okay. I'm just curious about the process. What is the process for deciding how that is spent, that approximate $10 million that's accrued there?
I believe that would at least go through the commission on setting what we should be and then move forward from there.
Commissioner David Yoskowitz, that'd be part of the budgeting process that you would all have an opportunity to look at.
Okay.
And the staff will make suggestions.
Okay.
We'll get recommendations, and you'll have an opportunity to look
Well,
at it. Yeah.
I didn't know if there was some set policy that we abide by.
Typically used for capital projects, yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Work session item number 4, strategic plan. Mr. Michael Goldsmith.
Good morning. My name is Michael Goldsmith. I'm the Performance and Strategic Plan Coordinator in TPWD's Financial Resources Division. Today I will be giving you an update on the agency's strategic plan, the Natural Agenda. Strategic planning is a long-term and future-oriented process of assessment, goal setting, and decision-making. For this process in Texas, all state agencies are legislatively required to complete and submit an updated 5-year strategic plan every 2 years. The strategic planning process is intended to set direction for all of the agency's operations, communicate agency goals, directions, and outcomes to the legislature and stakeholders, and guide budget preparation and establish a basis for measuring success through the development and use of performance measures. This guides budget preparation in 2 ways. The goals and strategies in the strategic plan create the budget and planning structure for each agency, which provide the framework through which agencies request and receive legislative appropriations. Identifying funding priorities also sets the stage for exceptional item requests and the legislative appropriations request. The LBB and the Governor's Office give instructions for what must be included in the plan and the part it plays in the budget process. Within the formal requirements for what must be included, the agency can use the plan as an opportunity to communicate what it thinks is important and what factors are affecting its ability to be effective. The Natural Agenda includes goals and objectives that are synced with the Land and Water Plan, with an additional goal that covers support divisions and business practices, as well as action items for the 2027 through 2031 time period. Although the Natural Agenda is the agency's strategic plan, this section is also known as a strategic plan, as it quantifies actions to be taken within the following 5 years. The Natural Agenda also includes an internal and external assessment of challenges and opportunities and major initiatives to be undertaken within the 2027 through 2031 timeframe, updates on IT-related initiatives and needs, and statutory challenges for the department in being able to fulfill its mission and possible fixes. Required supplemental schedules include an LBB and Governor's Office-approved budget structure and performance measures, information related to contracting with historically underutilized businesses, an analysis of TPWD's workforce's ability to meet present and future challenges, an analysis of a recent customer service satisfaction survey, certification of the agency's compliance with statutorily required percentages of staff taking cybersecurity and AI awareness training, and reporting on each acquisition funded using money in the Centennial Parks Conservation Fund during the 2-year period preceding the date on which the strategic plan is submitted. Most of these sections have been sent to Creative Services and received back, but at this stage, we do not have a completed draft of the plan. The natural agenda frames the agency's future funding needs in broad terms to prepare the oversight agencies for what's coming in the LAR. We have identified several key events and areas of change intended to capture events and dynamics that will impact the agency over the next 5 years. These are just examples and are not a comprehensive list, but these examples shown on the slide are Fund 9 status, agency modernization efforts, wildlife health issues, including CWD, New World screwworms, and desert bighorn sheep, and the status of new park development. Proposed performance measure changes that were described at the March meeting have been approved by Executive Office, but have not yet been approved by LBB and the Governor's Office. These changes are subject to their approval. We have responded to LBB questions on these measure changes, but have not received their final approval. The final document is due electronically to LBB and the Governor's Office on June 1st. Because their instructions were issued 2 months later than usual, and because we still haven't gotten approval of our budget structure and measure changes, et cetera, it looks like this may be delayed. We will send a draft for feedback for divisions, Executive Office, and to the Commission to incorporate into the final draft of the plan before we submit it. That concludes my presentation, and I'll stop and ask for any questions.
So what is it? What is historically underutilized business? What are we doing there?
We'll let our help coordinator come up here and answer that.
Hello. For the record, I'm Deborah Rosas. I'm the purchasing director, and the historically underutilized business program is required by government code, and it is for the good faith effort in doing business with all companies. Initially, the government code was based off of gender and ethnicity. However, due to a reorganization of the TAC rule by the comptroller, it's now called the Veterans United and Heroes businesses. So those are businesses who have been certified by the comptroller's office as disabled veterans. And the program is to encourage agencies and state universities to do business with those companies.
And so, how does that work? What do you have a certain amount of your budget that you are required to use those businesses, or?
So it's not a requirement. The agencies set goals, and we have definitely been conservative in redoing our goals in December as per the comptroller's direction. Because at the time of the new rule revisions for the historically underutilized business program, the goals were, like I said, they were conservatively done, and we had determined based on the past 5-year expenditures of this agency, we looked to see how many companies were certified as service-disabled veterans, and that's how we issue new solicitations. We are required to solicit any vendors listed on the centralized master bidders list, in addition to disabled veterans. And so when we do solicitations that have a expected expenditure of $100,000 or more, we include a subcontracting plan, and any of the prime vendors who will submit a proposal, they are required to solicit a minimum of 2 service-disabled vets. And so it's, like I said, it's a good faith effort program. So it's not a guarantee that the service-disabled companies are guaranteed a contract. It's just that the agency and the prime contractors are doing a good faith effort to make sure that they are aware of these contracting or subcontracting opportunities.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So, could I ask a question on Commissioner Doggett? So, when you say they solicit the disabled vet, to provide pricing as a subcontractor to your prime vendors. That's, and you said are required to. So a vendor is making an RFQ or proposal to you for services. You just check to see that they got pricing from a disabled vet. You don't require that they be the contractor. Is that correct?
So it is a requirement that a prime vendor, when they have identified subcontracting opportunities in addition to the ones that the agency has identified, that they have to do a good faith effort to reach out to those service-disabled vets. It's not a guarantee that the prime is going to choose a specific disabled vet. I can't speak to what the determination on a prime's decision to pick the actual subcontractor, but they have to demonstrate that they did make a good faith effort.
Does it improve the prime's position with the state or the committee that awards the contract if they commit that one of these companies is going to be involved in the contract?
So there are two forms of methods in completing the subcontracting plan. One is if the agency determined, for example, let's say the agency put the subcontracting goal at 2% and a prime is going to subcontract 2% or more all to disabled vets, then they've met the good faith effort and they're not required to submit any of the supporting documentation.
Well, a lot of times when they're bidding, they won't have let the contract to the subcontractor, so they actually don't know who the subcontractors are going to be. They know who they got pricing from, but is that correct? They don't know actually who the subcontractors are going to be?
That is incorrect. They have to identify the subcontract that they do intend to use to fulfill the project.
Okay, one contractor for one type of service. You're saying that they submit their bid, and in the bid, they list who their subcontractors are going to be.
Correct, because that document eventually becomes incorporated into the contract. And if the prime vendor chooses to deviate from the submitted hub subcontracting plan, then they have to request revisions from the agency.
Okay, just so I'm following this, so if you receive their bid and it has 0 disabled vets as subcontractors, what does that do to their bid?
It doesn't do anything. Like I said, they had to demonstrate that they made the good faith effort by submitting the email, any supporting documentation that they reached out to these disabled vets. And then eventually they do have to, whatever subcontracting opportunity that the agency identified or if the prime identified additional ones, they do have to state which vendor they chose. And then if they, like I said, if they want to change or add subcontractors, they have to seek the agency's guidance and approval.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Bell, also just for clarity, because this changed recently, when we talk about hub businesses, we're talking about either minority-owned or women-owned businesses. Historically, were considered hub businesses, usually in urban areas because there was a perception of underutilized opportunity. So the program has now been recast and renamed, and it's a disabled veterans program. So really the operating parameters similar, but the group identified is different, and that does not necessarily exclude those people that were previously in there, but unless they're disabled. I'm a disabled veteran, as an example. So, but I didn't participate in the hub program, and I don't really participate in disabled veteran programs, but that's the option. And typically there used to be part of the assessment, if you will, is if the prime included a disabled veteran firm for the purposes of this program, there was something a little bit extra in their point score. You know, when you were evaluating, so there's no additional. That kind of goes to your question, because there used to be, let's just say, all things considered, everybody put the same bid in. The score was 95. But if you submitted the same bid as everyone else and you have a disabled veteran included as a subcontractor, you might get 95.1. and therefore that would put you slightly ahead. Is that the way the program works now? I've not reviewed that, but is there any additional because if there's not, there's really no incentive to even pursue veterans, if you will.
Well, so, I definitely understand what you're saying. And so, like I said, the program is good faith effort. And keep in mind, when the agency made these changes, we made it based off the comptroller's guidance and the TAC rule. However, the government code still identifies the program as the historically underutilized business program. So when the agency is doing the evaluations, one of the things that, and I can't speak to the actual solicitations because we don't do all the like for construction, we just do commodities and services and in my side of the house. So if there is a special points given to a prime vendor, if the proposals are equal, there is a for commodities and service, there is if the company was based in Texas, if their service disabled, there are preferences that the comptroller does allow us to do.
Okay, because if there wasn't, then there's no reason to.
Correct, but like I said, it's not a guarantee
Right,
that,
I didn't,
yes.
yeah, I wasn't trying to imply that. I was just trying to imply how this works, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of conversation about this as this continues to unroll, because you have different people. You have people from all walks of life, all political persuasions that are commenting on this, because this change is a relatively recent adjustment. Yes. So, okay.
Vice Chairman, this is James Murphy, General Counsel. I'd also just add to what you said that this change in the comptroller's rules is currently the subject of litigation, and we are keeping a very close eye on that litigation and ultimately the rulings of the courts as to whether or not this transition from the hub to the vet hub program will ultimately stay or will be modified. I wouldn't be surprised to ultimately see legislative action this next session on that topic too. So I would say the program's in a little bit of a flux position at the moment, and we're keeping a careful eye on ultimately where it lands.
I would concur with that. I would think that where we are right now, because there's a legislative piece of this that's going to take place, and we'll see what comes through the eye of the needle on the other side for this. So it'll be interesting to watch, and just kind of for the record, I do think that we have to, in historically, or at least in recent years, we had done a lot of this was race or gender based, and there's a big movement away from that. I think we do need to move away from that. I'm sure eventually there will be some fight over whether or not it should be veterans, right? And people will just say, just throw everybody in, but I do favor the veterans' preference because of what veterans have been through, and I do favor moving away from pure race or gender-based assessments. But at the end of the day, hopefully we can get away from that, and we can just hire whoever are the best contractors and best subcontractors based on their performance, because this issue is, and it's not on Parks and Wildlife, but it's just been contentious for so long. If there's a way to move away from it, we should try to do that. And so I think this is a good faith effort to move in the right direction. So I do support the initiative, although there's some people probably just got really pissed off at me, right? And so I will say that, but I can't, if half of them are happy with me and half of them are mad at me, I might be in the right place, but I'm getting shot at by everybody. So, but it is a move in the right direction.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you. All right, work session item number 5, internal audit. Ms. Brandy Meeks.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Brandy Meeks, TPWD's Chief Auditor. This morning, I'd like to update you on the status of our current internal audit plan, as well as recent external audits and assessments. So this and the next slide show the status of our current audit plan. Please make note of the statuses in yellow font to the right. Those are the projects for which we've made progress since last we met. As you can see, we have completed the audit of TPWD's surplus process, and we are currently in the planning phase for the audit of selected pass-through grants. We are also working to outsource the audit of the job order contracting program. And just to give you an update on where that's at, Last time we met, we were trying to obtain a delegation of authority from the SAO in accordance with Texas Government Code 321.020. We received that delegation, and then we issued an RFQ. We received 3 responses from that RFQ. We have analyzed those responses, and we have now requested a quote. So that's where that is in the process, and hopefully by the time I report to you in August, we are well underway with that project. According to our IT and cybersecurity projects, we are in the fieldwork phase for the IT Asset Management Extended IT Advisory, and we are also following up on all audit items due during the last 2 quarters of this fiscal year. And as well, we have already started the annual risk assessment process, which will help us develop next year's internal audit plan. As far as external audits and assessments, we have no external auditors in the house right now, and none have been completed since last we met. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions? Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.
Next, work session item number 6, Texas Regulatory Efficiency Office Rules, TREO. Request permission to publish proposed rules changes in the Texas Register. James Murphy.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. I'm James Murphy, General Counsel to the Department. I'm here today to present proposed rules to implement recommendations that come from our regulatory efficiency review of our administrative code. All right, so what is TREO? The Texas Regulatory Efficiency Office assists state agencies in identifying outdated and redundant regulations, creating best practices to make agencies' rulemaking processes more efficient. So TREO reviews state agency rules and procedures to reduce regulatory burdens, eliminate unnecessary or ineffective rules, and increase transparency for Texas taxpayers. This was established last legislative session. It is in Government Code Chapter 465 and is housed within the Office of the Governor. So this process, I'll just run through the steps that brought us here today. Both TREO and the department, we independently assessed our rules. These are located in Title 31, Part 2 of the Texas Administrative Code, we call TAC. You may hear that phrase here today. And then we met to agree on an initial list of recommendations to present to stakeholders. We then presented that list to the department's advisory committees in 3 webinars in March to solicit feedback. We then met again with TREO to finalize the list of agreed recommendations. And I want to emphasize these are only recommendations that were supported by stakeholders or that stakeholders wanted to see further discussion on. Anything that stakeholders objected to were removed from those lists. Some of these recommendations are going to need additional input from stakeholders, from staff, to develop them, to flush out these proposals. So some examples, there were some recommendations related to the statewide hunting and fishing proclamations. Those will need a little bit of time to fully bake as we talk more with our stakeholders on that. And then there are going to be some recommendations that are going to require statutory changes. There are a few of those that we may need to go to the legislature and ultimately seek a bill to fully implement those. One thing I do want to emphasize was this was a process that heavily leaned into the use of artificial intelligence. Both our self-assessment and TREO's assessment involved AI tools to look for efficiency opportunities, look for redundancies, or grammatical phrasing that perhaps was confusing. So just want to emphasize AI was a strong part of this process as well. So how are we going to accomplish this? So we're going to batch this up. This is our full administrative code. You remember our rule review process that we go through every 4 years. We break that into batches as well. There's some similarities to this process, to the rule review process, but ultimately a little bit of a different focus, more so towards on efficiency and redundancies. So this first batch, we're here today on a first reading requesting permission to publish. In August, then we would bring these 7 chapters to you for a request for adoption. The next batch will be our fisheries and oyster, shrimp, and finfish chapters. We plan to bring you our rule proposals in August for first reading and then take them to you in November for potential adoption. Third batch will be our wildlife and resource protection chapters. Bring those first to you in November, adopt in January. And then we're just going to split out everything that's related to this annual statewide hunting and fishing proclamations. Since we have a regular cycle for that, we'll break those recommendations into that. We'll preview those to you in November, as we always do on our regular process, seek permission to publish those rules in January, and then ultimately adopt those in March. And this would be the completion of our TRAO process. So what are the results of this process? You see here on the screen, this is a screenshot of the report that we received from TRAO. We ultimately agreed with 160 total recommendations. 132 of those were identified by the department during our self-evaluation, and 28 of those were identified by TRAO. And that report will then estimate, or does estimate, cost savings to the public. They look at the number of rules that have been repealed or amended, and ultimately the number of words reduced from implementation of the recommendations. And so some of the statistics, just want to mention, these are statistics for the entirety of our rule proposals, not just this first batch, but they quantified 657 total rules in our administrative code, that 158 of those would be repealed or amended. They count a little over 200,000 total words in our administrative code, and that there would be a little over 8,000 word reduction. Of course, those numbers are going to tweak a little bit as we complete the rule proposals and take them through the public comment process, but this is the estimate at this time. They do estimate cost savings to the public of a little over $4.5 million from direct savings from the clarity of not having to sift through so many wordy rules, and then ultimately they have a high-end market growth effect number of a little over $10 million. And then I do want to highlight something that's new on TRAO. They have just released their new public-facing website. It has this report as well as the reports for the other agencies that they've assessed. I believe there are 10 other agencies that they've assessed to this point. They will continue to assess other agencies here over time. But one thing that it does have is they have an AI search feature that looks at all state agency rules and procedures, and ultimately is kind of a Q&A search feature specific to state government laws and regulations. And so that went live, and looks like it will be a useful tool for the public. All right, so I'm going to get into the details here. Feel free at the conclusion or as we go, just jump in if you have questions. I'm going to hit the highlights here. There's a lot of changes you may have seen in your books. It's a lot of pages of rule changes, but I'll try to hit the highlights. Our Chapter 51 executive rules, these are primarily just clarifications, elimination of redundancies, elimination of repetitive statutory text. One of the things they want us to do is not repeat statute, but just cite to statute. That will reduce word count and eliminate confusion. And so these changes that you see in 51 are primarily those types of changes, clarifications, elimination of redundancies. Chapter 52 is a full repeal, however. This is our stocking policy. We intend to repeal this in its entirety and replace it with a department policy. This was passed back in 1990 to address some irregularities that we saw in our stocking efforts, allegations of favoritism and how we were stocking private lands, private waters. And so this was a policy that was passed to reassure the public that we were doing this on the straight up. And so we feel like a employee policy gets us the same way. We can take corrective action against employees that show improper favoritism in stocking efforts, and we can provide that clear guidance. It's a public document as well, and so we think public can remain reassured that we're going to do this in an appropriate manner in our stocking decisions, but we don't think we need to have that in administrative code since it primarily regulates the conduct of employees and not the general public. I'll turn then to our finance chapters. I think I'll turn, again, some clarifications here, but then I think I'll turn to the third bullet here. This is our commercial hunting license and permit fees for dog training events. We do propose a reduction in fees on all of those. There was some legislation that passed last session for certain types of field trial events that established a lower fee than what our current fees are for other similar type of dog training events. So we just brought all of those fees down to $50, so a little reduction for those. Continuing in our Chapter 53, you're going to see quite a few changes to eliminating redundancies and other clarifications here. Turning to Chapter 55, this is our law enforcement chapter. Again, we're still mostly in the category of clarifications, elimination of redundancies, elimination of repetitive statutory text. But I do want to highlight here our changes to the controlled exotic snakes rules. One thing that we identified through this process is that there's a gap in communication between the state and local governments and officials on the permits that we have issued from the state that allow controlled exotic snake possession. There are some local jurisdictions that have laws related to dangerous wild animals that restrict what can be in those jurisdictions. And so we want to make sure that there's better communication between the department and those local governments, the animal control authorities, their first responders, so that, if there's a fire, the fire department's not running in unbeknownst to them into a snake farm in somebody's home. And so we think that these improvements will increase efficiency in our communications and our dialogue with those local governments related to controlled exotic snakes. Turning to Chapter 59, just right here at the top, we do have a fee reduction. There's a park fee variable rate for reservation of overnight facilities. It's based on the type of the facility, its size, and ultimately the occupancy associated with it. The lower end of that range currently is $100. We hope to bring that down to $50 for those smaller type of reservations that don't have as high an occupancy. So a little opportunity for smaller events, smaller get-togethers to have a little bit of a lower fee there. The rest here are primarily going to be clarifications and elimination of redundancies. I do want to talk a little bit about the rules of conduct in parks. We do have some changes there. One of the recommendations was that we don't need to make this so difficult to allow special uses at our parks. Current language suggests written orders by Director Jaskowitz to authorize a wedding, perhaps at a park that might serve alcohol, knowing that alcohol is, public consumption is generally prohibited in state parks, but we do allow it for certain special events like a wedding reception. And so rather than have this go all the way to Director Jaskowitz, we are delegating this down to the appropriate management level and ultimately allowing for electronic approvals and email rather than a formal letter like from the director as we had before. So we think this will streamline those types of other overnight rentals and ultimately make it easier for the public to get these reservations. Chapter 60, pretty much just grammatical duplication, reorganization on this. Chapter 61, this is a modification of our scoring criteria associated with our local parks grant program. There's 3 of those: our local park and recreation grants, our co-op grants, as we call them, the community outreach outdoor programs grants, and our small community grant programs. We have some terminology changes here, but fundamentally what we're trying to do is address an opinion from the Attorney General that raised constitutional questions about our local park grants direction towards minorities and women as being factors in our scoring criteria. We ultimately hope to get ahead of any litigation associated with those points that would go towards those based on this opinion of the Attorney General. We still think that these scoring criteria meet the goal of providing outdoor recreation opportunities provided by those local governments, and so don't see a significant change in the sense of still providing meaningful outdoor opportunities through the local park grant programs. One last addition while I have you here. This is totally unrelated to TRAO, but since the timing is right, I thought I'd present it to you. This would be a separate rule proposal, but from the Commission's decision in March to authorize the culture of, dare I say, dotted duckweed, we do need to impose a fee associated with that annual permit. That fee is the same that we charge for water spinach and is appropriate fee that it takes into account the inspection regime that goes along with that. And so this would be a separate thing, Chairman. If you granted permission to publish, we would move this forward just to establish that annual fee. My understanding is this is not a surprise to the petitioner what this fee amount is going to be, so I'm not expecting any negative concerns associated with that. And so with that, staff requests permission to publish proposed changes in the Texas Register for public comment, and I'm certainly available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Rowling. James, was there a goal from the outset, a financial goal set by either us as the agency or TRIO?
No, Commissioner Rowling, it was not prescriptive at the outset as to achievable targets. So there wasn't a reduction goal in words or a reduction goal in terms of a number of rules. And really the goal of TRAO was not to have a heavy hand in requiring certain recommendations. They wanted a process to be established to review these rules, provide guidance to agencies on how to both promulgate rules, but also how to review your rules, how to do appropriate economic impact studies or fiscal notes associated with that. And so it wasn't prescriptive as to the outcome, but it was prescriptive as to the process. And so those numbers reflect their calculations of the goals that are have been achieved to eliminate redundancies, reduce word count, reduce number of mandates and rule that aren't required by statute.
Okay. I mean, it seemed from what you just went through, it seems like we cleaned up some things, but as far as dollars and cents, we more or less saved, I mean, on $1 billion every 2 years, $4.5 million, we basically cut nothing out of.
Well, and maybe I should just clarify what those numbers represent. TRAO is not looking at, appropriation impacts. They're not looking at things like that. What they are looking at is a quantification of the savings to the general public by having less steps that they have to take to navigate the state government. So what they're trying to articulate is a kind of a general savings to the public of, it will now take me 10 minutes to get something that it used to take me an hour to get from the department. And that saves them time, which saves money and ultimately benefits the overall savings amount. And so they have some economists on their team that calculate the sort of the efficiencies gained by the reduced amount of time that people have to interact with state government to get things that they need. And I will say I've reviewed some of the other reports that are currently on the website, and I would say that our savings amount is pretty high compared to most of the other agencies. So I think it's a meaningful amount from what I've seen compared to the reviews so far.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions on this, I will authorize staff to publish the rules in the Texas Register.
Thank you.
Next is work session item number 7, public hunting program, establishment of an open season on public hunting lands and approval of public hunting activities on state parks. Kevin Moat.
Excuse me. Good morning, Chairman Foster, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Kevin Moat. I'm the Private Lands and Public Hunting Program Director. Each year in May, we request your consideration and approval of 2 items related to the public hunting program. First, I'll ask for your approval to establish an open season on public hunting lands for the upcoming season. And second, I'll ask for your approval of specific public hunting activities on the proposed units of the state park system. In order to provide hunting activities on public hunting land, the Commission must first provide for an open season. Tomorrow, staff will ask for your approval to establish an open season on public hunting lands that will run from September 1st, 2026 to August 31st, 2027. The Commission will also be asked to approve specific hunting activities on the proposed units of the state park system, which are included in Exhibit A of your briefing materials. Staff proposed hunts on 55 units of the state park lands for the 2026-27 season. On these 55 units, 26 hunt groups comprised of 1 to 4 hunters will be drawn. Additionally, 1,375 individual hunt positions will be drawn, of which 441 of those positions will be youth only. As of 5 o'clock yesterday, we had received 55 total public comments. 48 or 87.3% agree, 4 disagree completely, and 2 disagree specifically, and 1 comment was not germane to the proposal. Those disagreeing completely stated that hunting on state parks is unsafe for park visitors, unnecessary, and irresponsible. And both specific disagreements voiced concern about insufficient public hunting opportunities in the state. Staff requests this item be placed on Thursday's agenda for public comment and commission deliberation. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moat. Questions or comments? Hearing none, I will place this item on Thursday's commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Thank you. Next is work session item number 9, wildlife rehabilitation rules, recommended adoption of proposed changes. Dr. Richard Heilbrunn.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. Heilbrunn is my wife. I'm just Richard. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Richard Heilbrunn. I'm the Deputy Division Director of the Wildlife Division. Today, I'll be proposing changes to the Wildlife Rehabilitation Permit Program and summarizing changes that we recommend based on public comment. We started this process 10 months ago and developed this proposal with significant input from wildlife rehabilitators. Texas has approximately 200 permitted rehabbers and an additional 1,700 sub-permittees, which I will sometimes call subs today. Wildlife rehabilitation has evolved into a highly complex and technical field. We have many experienced rehabilitators that are talented and knowledgeable. But in thinking about the future, there is very little way for us to transfer that knowledge to new rehabilitators. We currently cannot require any practical experience for new applicants. Today, a new applicant can become a wildlife rehabilitator by watching a 2-hour video and taking a simple 10-question exam. Staff are seeing a troubling trend where many people see this permit as a way to keep wildlife as pets or to generate social media content, which is not allowed under current law. It's important to note that this is a trend in new applicants only and does not reflect on current rehabilitators who clearly understand the purpose of the program. This proposal would create mentor-mentee relationships to facilitate our existing rehabbers training future applicants. Staff expect an increase in rehabbers available to help the public and expect no additional cost to existing rehabbers. Just to give you an overview of what we're talking about, rehabilitators treat a wide variety of species, and these are the top 10 species most commonly brought in to facilities. Opossums make up 60% of the patients, followed by cottontails, fox squirrels, white-winged dove, raccoon, etc. As you can see, the top 10 species overlaps considerably with urban species. Staff are faced with several overarching challenges, including requests for staff to intervene in disputes between rehabilitators, poorly supervised satellites and subs, the fact that the vast majority of authorized users do not fall under the direct supervision of the department, and the fact that rehabilitation outcomes are generally poor, typically around 35% success or release rate. In addition, we're developing a new permit database to support rehabbers and want to expedite their reports and permit requests. It's important for us to be able to update these program rules before we start building this expensive database. These photos exemplify challenges with sub-permittees. The photo on the left is a photo of a patron in a bar holding a beaver, and the photo on the right is a photo of a sub-permittee home that has been keeping wildlife under someone else's permit. There's a big difference between sub-permittee and volunteers. Today, and as part of this proposal, rehabbers and sub-permittees can use unlimited volunteers. That won't change. A sub-permittee is someone that can act in place of the rehabilitator. They can make medical decisions and supervise volunteers. They have the same authorization as the rehabilitator, but we need to ensure that they're being supervised because sub-permittees do not have the same training, examination, inspection, reporting, or oversight as the primary permittees. Think of sub-permittees not as an assistant, but as a stand-in. They can take animals off-site, they can supervise volunteers, they can direct care. They can accept animals into a facility, and they can euthanize wildlife. They can be in the same facility, or they can run a satellite off-site remote facility. Again, all permittees and sub-permittees can have unlimited volunteers. We propose this package for several reasons. We'd like to increase efficiency and to ease reporting requirements. We believe that we can allow rehabilitators to shift their focus to clinical care rather than supervising sometimes dozens of subs and satellites. With this proposal, we'd also like to ensure that new rehabbers are well trained by our existing rehabilitators. Based on how we've structured the proposal, we expect a rapid increase in rehabilitators from the approximately 1,700 subs already in our program. Our proposal, again, is not expected to increase cost for rehabilitators. So, our proposal would require new applicants to do an apprenticeship of 800 hours over at least 2 years with an existing rehabilitator. We also propose to make a more comprehensive exam and therefore want to ease the score requirement from 100% down to 80%. The proposal also changes the letter of reference requirement. Currently, code requires a letter attesting to personal knowledge of the applicant, and we propose that to change to a letter attesting to the applicant's clinical skills with wildlife. We also propose a minimum age of 18 for sub-permittees and to ask them to take a basic exam with a score of 100%. We're not proposing a minimum age for volunteers. Currently, a relationship with a veterinarian is not required. The proposal would require a letter from a vet stating their willingness to consult if that consultation is needed. We also propose that diseases that must already be reported to other agencies must also be reported to Parks and Wildlife. In the event of a wildlife disease outbreak, such as New World screwworm, we clarify that the executive director can limit the intake and release of wildlife. The proposal would clarify that the permittee is responsible for all the people that they supervise, including subs and satellites. It would move the reporting requirement from those subs to the permittee and eases inspection requirements to only apply when wildlife are present, and changes reporting for all activities from quarterly reporting to annual reporting. Currently, rehabilitators have to take one class every 3 years. We'd like to change this to 8 hours annually. Currently, permittees have to inspect satellites year-round every 4 months, and we want to clarify that this only applies when wildlife is present, therefore easing that inspection requirement. Non-releasable animals are typically ambassador animals or injured animals used to help rehab other wildlife. Currently, they do not have to be restrained, and they are allowed to be touched by the public. While the vast majority of educational programming is safe and appropriate, we've had several examples where animals have been taken to bars and grocery stores and are allowed to be held by customers. It's our belief that allowing the public to hold these animals sends the wrong educational message. Our proposal would also require that these individuals are housed at the primary facility by the supervising permittee, rather than at a satellite by a sub, and that they must be safely restrained during educational programming, except for birds during free flight demonstration. There's been a trend recently of rehabilitators that would like to house wildlife in apartments and townhomes. Taking care of wildlife has inherent risks to both wildlife and people, including diseases that result from long-term exposure to wildlife. Rehabilitators are very aware of these risks, but their neighbors may not be. We propose to limit the department's ability to register new facilities in residential spaces that share common space or air handling equipment. Existing facilities would be grandfathered and would be allowed to continue. Also, in March, at the request of local law enforcement, we proposed that permittees would need to register their facility with the local animal control authority, similar to the earlier presentation with exotic snakes. And we proposed that animal control would have to acknowledge that registration. However, today's proposal removes that acknowledgement, and as many animal control departments are not able to affirm a registration, we would simply ask that new permittees notify that animal control department in writing. Currently, new rehabbers can immediately supervise unlimited subs and unlimited satellites. This package proposes a new structure that changes that supervisory ability based on years of experience doing rehabbing. A brand new rehabber would start at Type A, Type B would have 2 years, a Type C would have 5 years, and we also propose to create a Type D permit given to rehabbers with 5 years of experience that operate a large clinic that sees 3,000 animals each year, and that is a full or part-time employee of that clinic. As of last night, we've received a total of 1,368 comments. 6% agree, 87% disagree completely, and 7% disagree specifically. Contrary to our projections, there was quite a bit of concern that the proposal would decrease the number of available rehabbers. Many commenters asked us to update the rehabbers on our website, which we can do, but the primary reason for disagreement is concerned about having a limit to the number of satellites and the number of subs allowed for types A, B, and C, which I will address in the next slides. Most comments discuss fear of losing rehabilitators and sub-permittees and a potential loss in overall rehab capacity statewide, as well as an additional burden on existing rehabbers. We received letters for and against by several individual rehabbers. So, based on public feedback, I'd like to explain some proposed changes that we have. We propose to provide more flexibility to Type D facilities. Again, these are the large centers that take in 3,000 animals or more and are a full or part-time employee. They've shared with us that because of high turnover, they need to be able to lean on licensed veterinarians to be able to take on the role of lead rehabber. We agreed that this is a good idea and allows for operational continuity. Based on public comment, we're now proposing to ease reporting requirements from quarterly reporting to only once per year for all rehabbers, rather than have different schedules for people with and without deer on their permit. In March, at the request of local law enforcement, we proposed that permittees would need to register facilities with their local animal control authority, and as I said, that animal control authority would have to affirm that registration. We're removing that request for affirmation and simply saying if you notify the local animal control authority, you satisfied the proposal. In March, we proposed to require an apprenticeship of 800 hours over 2 years. This caused some misunderstanding with our permittees, so today we're clarifying that the apprenticeship would need to happen over 2 or more years and is not restricted to only 2 years. This gives more flexibility and reassurances to the folks that have already been volunteering. We'd like to clarify that non-releasable animals would not be able to be handled by the public at any time, and that we propose to exempt birds from the restraint requirement when they are doing free flight demonstrations. This would allow rehabbers to free fly birds during those educational programs. And now we get into the meat and the potatoes of some of the comments. As a result of public feedback, we propose to increase the number of subs allowed for brand new rehabbers from 0 to 2. This would allow them to use additional people to care for wildlife if they need to leave town or if they need help from a spouse or a neighbor. Similarly, the feedback we heard was a request to increase the number of remote satellite facilities that a permittee can supervise. The slide in front of you says that we propose 10, but a change this morning says that we are now prepared to propose increasing the number of satellites from 5 to 15 for Type C permits. The majority of rehabbers would be unaffected by changes to the number of subs and satellites. Currently, the number of satellites range from 0 to 55. This means that one person has the ability is basically supervising 55 other facilities. Similarly, the current range is from 0 to 202 subs, which means one person is supervising 202 subs plus all the volunteers that they have. 80% of our current rehabilitators have 15 or fewer subs, and 89% have 10 or fewer satellites. By bumping it up to 15, this would be in the 90% would be unaffected by that change. We estimate that statewide, about 30 rehabbers will need to decrease the number of either subs or satellites on their permit. We presented this proposal to our advisory committee, and they supported the proposal. But they did request that the restraint provision be relaxed for education birds in free flight demonstrations, which we have done. Staff requests that this item be placed on tomorrow's agenda for public comment and deliberation with a proposed implementation date of September 1st, 2027 to give the rehab community plenty of time to adjust. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for bearing with me, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. It's kind of unusual to have a proposal before us with only 6% support from the public, and I understand why there's pushback, but I want to be sure that we have thought this through and that we get this right. So,
Chairman David Yoskowitz, that was based on the proposal in March, and I think Richard and his team have gone a long way to address those major concerns in terms of the number of satellite facilities, relaxing the time that it would take to have the hours accrue to be able to be a permittee, et cetera. And so we've heard from them, those commenters. We've addressed a majority of those issues, and I think we're in a strong position to be able to move forward if the commission so desires, having addressed those issues.
Who makes up the advisory committee? Not names, but just like in general,
So there's two groups at play here. We have our Wildlife Diversity Advisory Committee appointed by the commission, and they reviewed the proposal and they've approved it. In addition, last summer we met with the Wildlife Rehab Council, which is a group of 16 or 17 rehabbers from different experiences, different size operations, different structure of organization. We met with them over 5 days, over 10 months. They saw 3 different rounds of this proposal, and we incorporated all their changes. And then when we published the proposal, some of them came to us and said, you know, I've changed my mind. I'd like to increase here and change this, which we've also done today.
Okay. All right. Questions, comments?
Sure. The only comment I've got is, you know, you made some significant changes, but we don't know how that's gonna change the response rate, because nobody's really had time to respond to it, before tomorrow's meeting. Is that correct? I mean,
There's, as I mentioned in the proposal, there's about 10 or 15 people that this would really affect. And so we've talked to those people. They visited with us, and many of them, there was a petition started, and we met with them, and they've told us that they'd be okay with 15 satellites, a limit of 15 satellites. So by changing it to that number, that's taken directly from their conversation with us, and we feel that we've addressed that. But obviously, we can hear, if you so choose, we can hear tomorrow if they're okay with this revision.
well, that's 15. There was like 1,100 that disagreed with it.
Right.
How do those fall in?
We have tried very hard to address the bulk of the comments. So we have about 200 rehabilitators in Texas. We got about, I think I said, 1,400 comments. And so I have to assume that some of that was sub-permittees and some of that was the public based on, that was responding to petitions. So I don't know how they'll respond, other than that we tried really hard to look at all their comments and ease all the things that they requested.
This is Commissioner Bell. Just so based on that comment, I guess my question would be, is it fair to say that you've got people who are active in this right now, in particular the permittees and the sub-permittees? Do we know as a group where they stand on this? Because they're really the ones they're the ones most affected by this initially, right? Then from there we go to volunteers. Do I have my trail right?
Well, we have primary permittees,
Okay.
and then we have sub-permittees.
Right.
And then we also have sort of the daily volunteers that do not show up on a physical permit. And so what they work with a permittee or a sub-permittee, correct? Okay. Yes. And so we do have a great number of people that are active in this. There's not a good way for us to identify the commenters and, whether they're subs or volunteers. But the small group of rehabilitators that would need to change their operation based on our proposal in March reached out to us pretty strongly. And so we met with them and talked to them and tried to address all their concerns in these changes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else? If there are no further questions, I will place this item on Thursday's commission agenda for public comment and action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, work session item number 10, selected deer harvest rules, request permission to publish proposed changes in the Texas Register. Mr. Alan Kane.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Alan Kane, Wildlife Division Director. This morning, I'll be presenting a couple of proposed changes to deer harvest regulations and seeking permission to publish those in the Texas Register for public comment. The first proposal is in response to a petition for rulemaking regarding the take of white-tailed deer in 4 North Texas counties, which is Collin, Dallas, Rockwall, and Grayson's, as seen on the map there. Specifically, the petitioner requested that staff amend regulations to allow the take of white-tailed deer by firearms on properties enrolled in the Managed Lands Deer Program that are also high-fenced. So in these 4 counties that we're talking about here, current regulations allow for take of white-tailed deer only by legal archery equipment during all seasons and on properties enrolled in MLD during MLDP season. These are the only counties in the state with these restrictions on the method of take, again, archery only. And so I want to provide just a little context on the history of the regulations in Grayson and these other counties. And some of you that have been on the commission long enough, you'll remember some of these proposals and petitions that have come before you in the past. So in 1961, the Texas legislature closed deer season in Grayson County, primarily because of complaints of firearm discharge by residents on Lake Texoma. And then in 1984, the commission adopted rules to allow deer hunting on the Hagerman National Wildlife Refuge that borders portions of Lake Texoma in Grayson County, but they restricted hunting on the Hagerman to archery-only equipment. That regulation stayed in place for 15 years until 1999, when the commission adopted rules that opened whitetail deer season in all of Grayson County, but continued to restrict take to archery only during all seasons, despite there being no biological justification to do so. And so by this time, the Hagerman National Wildlife Refuge was known for producing some exceptional Boone and Crockett quality bucks over there. Additionally, there was a well-balanced age structure would have been in place to allow these bucks to reach maturity and maximize antler growth because of the archery only and season being closed for the number of years. Obviously, this would have been an area of interest for hunters, especially those archery hunters. And then from 2008 to 2012 or 21, staff received multiple petitions or requests to allow for use of firearms during the general season countywide. Because of strong public opposition, these proposals never came to fruition. This year, we received another petition, but narrowed in scope, that would allow the take of whitetail deer by firearm only again on those properties enrolled in MLDP surrounded by a high fence. Staff support this request and believe the narrowed scope of the petition addresses the petitioner's request and preserves the social and cultural aspects of archery-only hunting for deer on all properties, all other properties in these counties. Staff agree with the petitioner's justification and contend there is no biological reason to restrict method of take on high-fence properties enrolled in MLD. TPWD biologists set harvest recommendations and issue tags for each property enrolled in MLD. Because this proposal is restricted to high-fence properties, there's no biological impact on the neighboring deer populations. Furthermore, expanding method of take on these high-fence properties allows landowners the tools they need to manage overabundant deer populations and prevent habitat degradation. Lastly, it's legal in these counties to use firearms to harvest feral hogs, coyotes, small game, exotic deer, or other species, demonstrating that firearms can be used safely in a hunting setting. Therefore, staff's proposal would modify the rules to allow for any lawful means for take of whitetail deer on properties enrolled in the Man's Deer Program, provided that property is completely surrounded by a high fence of not less than 7 feet in height. The department acknowledges the social and cultural importance of the current archery-only harvest regulations in these 4 counties. Request to allow take by firearm has been a divisive topic among landowners and hunters in these counties for years, and for a number of different reasons. There are several common concerns or themes that we often hear for opposition to these proposals that come before us that would allow take by whitetail deer by firearm. Safety issues with discharged firearm being one of those. The department notes that firearm discharge is governed by the city or county laws. Firearms are used for harvested other species, as I mentioned a minute ago, exotics, feral hogs, so forth. And so safety is a non-issue for those species. Some are concerned about the impacts of the free-ranging deer population, but again, with this proposal being restricted to high fence, that's a non-issue for all the surrounding low-fence properties. There are also some thoughts that poaching will increase if firearms are allowed for take of whitetail deer, but that's unfounded. Again, poachers, by their very definition and nature, don't abide by game laws anyway, and whether take of whitetail deer by firearm is legal or not. Finally, some folks may be concerned that this could lead to high fencing of properties in the area. However, cost of high fencing is expensive, running $50,000 to $70,000 per mile of fence, and likely a deterrent to many landowners if they were even thinking about fencing. Now, the vast majority of these reasons for opposition are not unique to these 4 counties and could occur anywhere in the state with a firearm season, and they don't justify restricting take to archery only, especially on this proposal, again, which is limited to high fence properties enrolled in the Managed Lands Deer Program. Staff presented this proposal to the Whitetail Deer Advisory Committee on May 18th, and the committee supported staff's proposal. Additionally, staff held a scoping meeting on May 19th in Grayson County to gauge public interest. There were 24 people in attendance at that meeting, and 16 of those provided comment, 9 being opposed and 7 supporting the proposal. The next proposal addresses an oversight that unintentionally created a conflict with mule deer archery season and mule deer general season dates. In 2025, the Commission adopted rules expanding the mule deer archery season to run consecutive set of days. In the Trans-Pecos, that was 62 days, and in the Panhandle, that was 56 days. That season structure created an overlap with the general mule deer season start dates because of the natural calendar shifts. To correct this, this season overlap between mule deer archery and general season dates, staff are proposing for the archery mule deer season to run from the Saturday closest, September 30th, through Thanksgiving Day in the Trans-Pecos, and in the Panhandle, archery season would run from Saturday closest, September 30th, through the Friday immediately prior to Thanksgiving Day. Staff requests permission to publish these rules, these proposed rules in the Texas Register for public comment. This concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Alan, how many high-fenced MLD permit holders are in Grayson County? So how many people is?
I think there's 4 right now that we work with that I'm aware of. And one of those high fence properties is the one that brought the petition for rulemaking forward.
Okay. If there are no further questions, I'll authorize staff to publish the rules in the Texas Register. Thank you. Next, item number 11, depredation permit rules. Request permission to publish proposed changes in the Texas Register. Mr. Corey Gann.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Corey Gann. I'm the Big Game Program Director in the Wildlife Division. Today, I will present proposed amendments to rules relating to depredation permits. Under Parks and Wildlife Code, Chapter 43, Subchapter H, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department may issue depredation permits authorizing the take of protected wildlife that cause damage to commercial agricultural interest or pose a threat to public safety. Under current regulations, authorized methods for taking terrestrial wildlife under a depredation permit are determined by species, and excluding alligators, are limited to centerfire firearms, rimfire firearms, and shotguns. House Bill 2842, passed during the '89 Texas Legislature, amended the Parks and Wildlife Code to provide a mechanism for political subdivisions, state and federal agencies, public institutions of higher education, and property owners associations to address public safety and habitat impacts resulting from the overpopulation of white-tailed deer in areas where traditional hunting is insufficient for population management. While no regulatory changes were required to implement HB 2842, rule amendments are necessary to allow for the use of depredation permits in areas where discharging firearms is unsafe or restricted by local ordinances. The proposed amendments would replace the current species-specific restrictions with a general framework, allowing the department to specify additional authorized methods of take, such as air rifles or archery equipment, under a depredation permit. The proposed rule language stipulates that the means and methods of take of wildlife will be prescribed by the department as a permit condition. These changes are essential to provide flexibility in addressing the take of wildlife under a depredation permit as appropriate and necessary, and are consistent with other permits and authorizations like scientific research permits, where permit conditions are authorized by staff on a case-by-case basis to best fit the situation at hand. Additional proposed changes clarify the period of validity of a depredation permit issued for agricultural damage and streamline reporting by removing the requirement to document the number of antler points on each main beam of antlered deer taken under a depredation permit. Further amendments eliminate language that is either redundant or already in statute and therefore unnecessary. Staff presented the proposal to the TPWD White-tailed Deer Advisory Committee on May 18th. The White-tailed Deer Advisory Committee supported the proposed amendments. At this time, staff requests permission to publish the proposed changes in the Texas Register for public comment. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gann. Questions? Mr. McCall.
Yeah, just for clarification, we're talking culling deer in neighborhoods when there's too many. Is that pretty much what we're talking about here?
Yes, sir. So that bill would allow for the removal of deer in overpopulated urban areas where hunting isn't allowed or appropriate.
Okay. And we're just talking about deer?
Yes, sir. Well, so HB 2842 was specific to deer. Regarding the means and methods change, we would allow that for any species. But if we do look at our depredation permits, it is primarily for white-tailed deer.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right. If there are no further questions, I'll authorize staff to publish the rules in the Texas Register. Thank you. Work session item number 12, request for drainage easement, Hayes County, approximately 1.2 acres at AE Wood Fish Hatchery. Request permission to begin the public notice and input process. Mr. Jacob Aston.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Jacob Aston, and I'm a project manager with the Land Conservation Program. And today I'll be presenting an approximately 1.2 acre drainage easement request at the AE Wood Fish Hatchery in Hayes County. Here's a county map showing Hayes County indicated with the red star in central Texas. Here's a more zoomed in map showing the fish hatchery located in the city of San Marcos. The AE Wood Fish Hatchery was built in 1949 and named after AE Wood, who served on the Texas Game and Oyster Commission. The fish hatchery has a 33,000 square foot building for intensive culture operation and 50 plastic lined ponds that provide nearly 47 surface acres of water. The hatchery is responsible for raising millions of fish each year for stocking into the public waters of Texas. The city of San Marcos requests a drainage easement that is approximately 2,100 linear feet in length and 25 feet wide, making this a total easement area of 1.2 acres. This would include the construction and installation of approximately 2,100 linear feet of 8 by 4 foot reinforced concrete box culverts for drainage purposes to divert stormwater away from the fish hatchery and the surrounding neighborhood. Here's a photo of those reinforced concrete box culverts for reference. Here's an overall view of the AE Wood Fish Hatchery outlined in red. Zooming in a little bit shows the requested easement with the yellow line and the AE Wood Fish Hatchery outlined in red. And staff requests permission to begin the public notice and input process. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Aston. Questions or comments? Hearing none, I will authorize staff to begin the public notice and input process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Work session items number 13 through 21 will be heard in executive session. At this time, I'd like to announce that pursuant to the requirements of Chapter 551 Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act, an executive session will be held for the purpose of consultation with attorneys under Section 551.071, deliberation regarding real property under Section 551.072, personnel matters under Section 551.074, and deliberation regarding security devices or security audits under Section 551.089. We will now recess for the executive session at 11:53 a.m. Again, I will take roll call. Chairman Paul Foster, and present. Vice Chairman Bell.
Present.
Commissioner Doggett.
Present.
Commissioner McCall.
Present.
Commissioner Rowling.
Present.
Commissioner Timmerman.
Present.
We are now returning from the executive session where we discussed the work session real estate item numbers 13 through 19, Central Parks Conservation Fund item number 20, and litigation item number 21. If there are no further questions, I'll place items number 13 through 18 on the Thursday commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. For item number 19, I will authorize staff to begin the public notice and input process. Regarding items number 20 and 21, no further action is needed. Dr. Jaskowitz, this commission has completed its work session business, and I declare us adjourned at 1:59 p.m.
Thank you. Thank you, man.